X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me not now, punch your face down. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you. I hope you are all having a good day. I had a great day off yesterday, had some stuff to do, but overall, had a lot of fun. My buddy Ethan convinced me to get into Valorant, and he's been kind of like coaching me. And I've actually gotten decent enough at the game. I get some pretty okay kills. I feel like I'm doing alright, I'm getting better. And, been having fun. Oh, you poor soul, Zan? Oh, don't worry, I'm having a good time. I only play it with my buddy. Man, YouTube bugging out so bad recently. It has been, Scrumpled Milk Skin. I'm glad that you have noticed. I'm hoping it gets fixed. YouTube has said they will be working on it. But hey, welcome everybody. It's so good to see all of you. What's up, War Penguin? Scrumpled Milk Skin, once again, how are you? Not an Enderman, how are you doing? Perry Icefire, what's up? Lord Rose 97, good to see you. Max Phoenix, hi, how are you? Lucky Otter, what's up? Revin, hello. Average Twink Enjoyer, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. A Shining Soul, what is up? Leftist Gator 420, how are you doing? Circuit Dog, how are you? TSW the Shadow Wolf, how are you doing? Ride the Rails, glad you're here. Intel Fox 51, how are you doing? Ninetails Fox 2, what's up? Bazooka Horse, how are you? Did I say hi to you yet? I might have said hi to you already. I think I said hi to you already. Stella, how are you? Allison Judd, how are you doing? Welcome back. Redux, how are you doing? I'm just here, 029. Good to see you again. Green Moon 2040, you too. Calico Cali, what's up? Oh, I hadn't? My bad. Vaughn, how are you doing? War Penguin, what's up? Yo, people over in YouTube chat, if you don't know, I have got a website. My own custom website, and that is the chat that you see on screen here on the side. That is my website. You can make an account very quickly. I recommend you use Google and pick whatever name you want. Make your name whatever you like, pick some pronouns, and then hop in chat. You might even get, for free, gifted a Tier 1 or Tier 3, whatever it may be, sub, just randomly, and you'll get a colored name and the ability to type custom emotes, like custom Zan emotes. It's super fun. Highly recommend you make an account and join the website if you haven't already. It is the best place to watch me from. Mead Demix, thank you for the $5 donation over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Said, hey Zan. Hey, Zan been popping off with likes and subs for lefty content creators. Gotta raise the armada. Thank you so much, Mead Demix. Yeah, I've been doing pretty well. I really do appreciate it. It's all because of you guys. If you want to help, make sure you drop a like if you're enjoying the stream. Every single thumbs up is you guys casting a ballot, essentially, for YouTube to recommend my content and the algorithm to more new and old viewers. By the way, I forgot to turn on my lights. There we go. I thought something was off, but I couldn't quite figure it out. That's what it was. You liked before stream started. Nice, Green Moon 2040. I appreciate it. That really means a lot. I've been trying to comment more on videos. I typically end up typing something along the lines of, I just jorked to this. You know what? That works, Glaring Skelly. I'll accept that. I just jorked to this is a completely valid and acceptable comment to leave on one of my videos, or streams, or anything. New subscriber, happy to support more sane voices and communities. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I hope you enjoy your time here. Mew, please? I've got facial hair growing out pretty thick now, so it'll be harder to see, but... Zan, why? No, please don't Mew. Yeah. Sorry, Perry Icefire, but people ask me to Mew. People want me to do the good old... They want me to do that. Damn was in a dark place on Wednesday, just totally demoralized, but seeing people rally against the incoming Orange Chicken admin, I'm feeling so much better. I'm so glad to hear that, Lagacris? Lagiacris? Legacrus? Sorry, I'm bad with unconventional names. I apologize. Xanderhall is literally the hottest lefty streamer. He has the mewing game on point. TSW Shadow Wolf, you're just very horny for me. Oh, we've got a brain dead Nick Fuentes NPC. Something you'll notice about the Nick Fuentes fans that name search him constantly and raid any video or stream talking about him is they all spam W or L. They're W or L spammers. They're those types of people. We're genuinely dealing with armies upon armies upon armies of literal brain-dead 2 brain cell NPCs. It's rough, man. Of course, a shining soul. That's always where the weirdos are at, is YouTube chat. That's why if you're not a weirdo, I highly recommend you hop over to the website. Just subscribed, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Who's out here zanning they haul? That's what I like to hear. Who's up zanning they haul at 3:06 p.m. PST? Yeah, purge the heretics in YouTube chat, I agree. John McKenney, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Said, after Trump's term, who is more likely to run in 2028? J.D. Vance or some celebrity like Tucker Carlson or Dana White? I'd say a son of Donald Trump is far more likely to run, like Eric Trump or Barron Trump. Well, he would be too young. Probably Donald Trump Jr. or Eric Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump Jr. would be the highest likelihood, I think. He's very clearly Trump's favorite kid, considering who he decided to pass his name on to. Anyway, PepperT21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Thank you, thank you. Sent nothing but a YouTube link. It is a short, so we'll watch it. Oh, I love these. These are cute. These videos are cute. If it's a YouTube short, we'll watch the meme videos. Or if it's a really good meme video and I recognize it or it looks really good, I'll watch it. But otherwise, we can't do the donation videos unless it's like, this is a really good segment type thing. Anyway, let's check this out. I love these videos. They're super cute. While they may look like snakes, legless lizards have eyelids and can blink unlike snakes. They're imposters.
Mr. President, there have been some unusual rumors circulating lately. How do you respond to these recent allegations?
These accusations are completely unfounded and frankly absurd.
To be clear, sir, you're denying the claims that you are in fact a lizard person and the existence of a shadowy lizard oligarchy.
I can assure you.
He blinked! He's one of them! Mr. President! Mr. President! Are there more like Mr. President? Mr. President,
The snakes having a lizard people conspiracy is such a good base for that joke. I love it. Thank you for that, PepperT21. You're awesome. And Doe Moment, thank you for the tier 1 sub off stream. I really appreciate that. I hope you're here or eventually get to hear me say thank you, but I also hope that like some kind of psychic connection between us allows you to understand that I am thankful. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Mouth. The angry archaeologist, I think is what this says. What's this say? Yeah, the angry archaeologist. Sorry, I've got my chat kind of thin, so there's a chance that certain names end up getting squeezed when they donate. Thank you so much for the 7 Canadian dollary dues. I really appreciate it. The Canuck dollars said, "Hey man, been appreciating your content for a while now. Thanks for saying we can shout out our own content here. Check me out if archaeology is for you." Yeah, feel free to post the link to your YouTube channel in the chat. As long as you're not spamming or anything, I'm totally cool with self-promotion. In fact, I encourage it because, good lord, we need a lot more lefty content creators out there making videos if we are going to, in any way, shape, or form, even begin to, counter the right-wing media domination of the internet. That's true. Your house, our choice, Nick Fuentes. True. We're very aware that Trump won, Vlad the Kebabber. My BF is coming to visit me this Wednesday. I'm so happy about it. Yeah, Intel Fox 51. I hope that's fun. I hope you guys have a great time. Alrighty. Yo, chat, I'm curious. What's everybody drinking today? Right now, I've just got water. Got myself a fresh bottle, brand new. All full and everything. Super excited about that. But just drinking water myself, though I will, no doubt, be switching over to my shake in not too long, since I'm no doubt going to be getting a little bit drowsy later into the day, and I need to get my calories in while I'm streaming. So probably in a segment or two, I'll be having my chocolate milkshake. It's gonna be great. Nothing yet. Hot chocolate, big red. It's a cream soda. Free Pier Seattle Lobby coffee. Nice. Just finished some coffee, but it's cold now. I might grab off-brand Coke later. Half lemonade, half iced tea. Switching between water and coffee with whipped cream vodka in it. Ooh, that's pretty dope. Water, maybe eggnog later. School water, pre-workout, chalky shake. Classic Coke, tastes like chemicals. Zero cal sweet tea. Nice. I hope you guys are all enjoying your beverages of choice. Make sure you hydrate before you dehydrate, okay? No dying of thirst in my chat, god damn it. Popa Purple, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollar super chat. I really do appreciate that. That is extremely kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, "Dear God, Maple Maga in Saskatchewan is terrifying. Please look into it, or maybe cover it." Absolutely, Popa Purple. I'll have to be looking into that as well. Maybe tomorrow, considering that I've been wanting to get more into the fact that the right, particularly the far populist right, dominated in elections across the world this year. It's quite worrying. So we do need to you know, get into that a little bit. Start covering those international concerns, if that makes sense. Thank you, Popa Purple. You drink a 64-ounce jug of water twice a day. That's what I like to hear, Shadow Miner. You should be very hydrated then. Nice. Well, hey, if you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure you hit the like button. If you guys don't know, every single thumbs up or like left on the stream, which is totally free and takes only a second, really does mean a lot, and it forces YouTube to push my content, and if you do it to anybody else, their content in the algorithm to more new and returning viewers alike. And this is more important than ever now after these election results, as we've had our eyes open to the fact that the right-wing media sphere being dominated, or the media sphere online in general, being dominated by the right, from Twitter to YouTube to Facebook, and the podcast world and everything in between, is a massive problem. We have to counter this. People didn't know how good Biden was for the economy, and were brainwashed into thinking that Trump's insane, unfounded ideas for how he's going to magically fix the economy in ways that are agreed upon by all experts to be inevitably going to destroy it even further, people were brainwashed into believing this by propaganda. We need to counter this. Dropping a like, don't just drop a like with support from me, drop a like with spite for the conservatives and the far-right media sphere. And on top of that, don't just do it for me, do it for all of your favorite progressive content creators, or just all your favorite content creators in general. Dropping a like should be immediate, and if you really want to go the extra mile, and you're not, you know, you feel like you've got the energy for it, leave a comment too. Even if it's something really, you know, basic, leave a comment on new videos of your favorite content creators. Something simple like just a running joke or a meme or anything at all. It really does help a ton. My throat's a little phlegmy today, sorry. Popa Purple, thank you for the 7 Canadian dollar dues as well through that super chat. I really appreciate it. It said, open to sharing information with you to help while researching. Absolutely. Drop it in my stream suggestion section of my Discord. If you haven't already joined, you should join my Discord, by the way. Link in the description of the stream and all my videos. Delancer, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Holy crap, you're so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hey guys, this is actually, I'm going to read this message out loud. When you leave a like, or you comment, or you subscribe, you are spiting these people. In all caps they say, classic male liberal cuck, laughing crying emoji. Your channel will never take off, and you will never even be as good as Destiny, laughing crying emoji. You aren't countering shit with your 200 viewers, laughing crying emoji. Your life and career is a joke, laughing crying emoji, laughing crying emoji, laughing crying emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji. W Nick Fuentes, W Groipers, 100, 100, 100. So, those are the types of people that when you leave a like, when you subscribe, when you comment, when you support the channel, you're spiting these people. They've had an easy path to dominating the internet because they're just following trends and pushing hate mongering, which is always going to get easy clicks, because rage clicks, right? We're fighting an uphill battle and always have been. These people know that, and they delight in that fact. They actually look at their own success as a justification for everything they stand for. So, simply the fact that the left does not have a strong position online is enough for a lot of people to just default to going to the right. That guy, for example, supports that idea, or at least tries to push that forward. So leave a like, subscribe, comment, support the channel and all your other favorite lefty channels with spite for people like that, because your favorite content creators deal with people like that every single day, constantly, and we continue to grind despite them, and to spite them. I hope you guys have at least half as much spite as we do for those people. What's your secret to doing segments? I'm having speech issues. Oh, Perry Icefire. Years and years of practice. It takes that much. It's just that. Years and years of practice. Though I will say, one thing you can do is, if you're about to study, like have a stutter or a misspeak or something, or you don't know what to say, instead of going or stuttering or going like or just pause. Just be comfortable with pausing and having a second of silence and then speak. Zan, have you seen Trump voters seething over family and friends disowning them? I have. If they're supposedly so hating of liberals, and yet they can't handle not having liberal friends. Yeah, pausing is key. It really is. Xander Hall, I made a habit of pausing, but I feel like my takes are all over the place. Like your takes are all over the place. Well, you might have to have a little more editing go into your segments for a while, but over time, with practice, you'll get better at it. Even I have a long way to go myself, trust me. And yeah, you just keep putting in the practice and you'll get better at public speaking, and eventually it'll just come naturally. I feel like public speaking is one of those things too, that once you get the basics down, learning more is easier. You know, it's learning the basics and getting fundamentally okay at talking from not so great at it is a much harder thing than getting from okay at talking to great at talking. One useful thing is recording yourself in private and listening back to it, for sure, Thanatos3013. Yeah, that's a big part of it. And if you hate the sound of your own voice, then you need to change your voice and adjust it, and then re-listen to it until you like it. The best way to get rid of these people is by training your algorithm to no longer look up doomer posting content. No, there's no way to get rid of those people. It's just a matter of, you're always going to get rated by those types when you're a progressive figure, especially because you're going to be smaller than most right-wing communities, and so you just have to encourage your audience to support you, in spite of those people. Zan, it's heartbreaking that these far lefties hate liberals more than conservatives. That is true. It is quite cringe. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $5, Delancer. I really appreciate it. Did I already add this? I think I did, yes. It says, I have found a newer lefty creator, and here's a link for one of her videos. Also, Tennessee Brando has a song called Cheaper Eggs you should listen to. He will not copyright claim it. Okay, well, maybe I'll check that out. But thank you for the $5. Feel free to drop that link in chat. Absolutely, I don't mind. Zan, the way you pop your jaw got me worried. Trust me, it feels way better than if I don't. Hey Zan, why do they grift so hard? Like, some commentators do that a lot. Money? Grifting is when you just lie about what you believe in for money. Yeah, to be fair, XQC is successful despite not following any of that advice. As Kevin Belmont Luna posted, a quite good example of XQC speaking. Bro, like, chat, you gotta, like, listen, okay, it's about, you know, it's like, boom, easy clap, just do the thing, you know, what I mean, like, dude, we're, Yeah, try not to sound like XQC if you're gonna become a commentary YouTuber. Or a Quebecy. Lamau, that impression's so good. Oh my god, chat! Oh, jeez, chat! Oh, chat! Yeah. To be fair, he's English second language. Yeah, we can tell. Poggers! Do the thing, chat! Do the thing, chat! Yeah. Oh, the YouTube frogs, they don't hit the like button. They don't hit the like button, the YouTube frogs. You should hit the like button though, chat. You really should. XQC isn't human, he's French-Canadian. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. He is French-Canadian. Did you voice the Meat Canyon video on him, lol? Yes, I did, actually. Yeah, you should subscribe to me and leave a like if you liked that video, by the way. Yeah, because I did. I voiced that. Russia money? Yeah, a lot of them are receiving Russia money. Are you still in my gold chart? Wait, are you still in my gold chat? Do you think I'm gonna let you get away with the chat? What? Do you still in my... Okay, I have no idea what that was, Takumi Nightcore. I'm sorry. I think you fumbled that typistry pretty bad. Yeah, Tim Pool was getting paid. No shot, Zan voiced the Meat Canyon video, lol? Yeah, no, I did. Oh my god, chat, where are the views? Oh, chat! No, get your hands off of my treasure! Get your hands off my treasure, chat! Oh, chat! Oh, I need the views, chat! Whoa! Well, yeah, I voiced the Meat Canyon video. What are you talking about? Really? Yeah, I did. What do you mean? No, I did not voice it. That was Meat Canyon voicing it. Yeah, we got another Nick Fuentes fan in YouTube chat. This time they just posted a swastika. I didn't even know you could type swastikas. But I guess the internet figures things out. How does that happen? I guess it's that, like, some Nazi somewhere on a font website made the swastika as a font, and YouTube, for some reason, allows it. It's in Unicode. Interesting. Wild that YouTube allows that kind of thing, that you can just post swastikas in YouTube chats. Is XQC a streamer that reacted to Dora the Explorer? No, I mean, he's just kind of smooth. There is nothing funnier than an... I have no idea what you were trying to type there, White Mike 2023. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, I have no idea what you were going for there, man. It's a Buddhist symbol in Unicode? They should ban it anyway. Nazis are using it to spam chats. Who the fuck is using it as a Buddhist symbol? I can see why Hitler killed himself if you see what the average Nazi Groiper looks like, IRL. Yeah, he didn't really have much to live for if those were his followers, and the Soviets were coming to, like, butt-fuck him and hang him from a post and slowly insanguinate him like a pig that's been stuck. You know what's crazy? The right-wingosphere side YouTube complained about the left being snowflakes and whiny crybabies, but lately the paradigm has shifted and they became what they hated. They've always been that. Nothing has changed. They've always been that. There's always been this idea of free speech for me, but not for thee, and it's always been, like, to the normies, they pretend like they're just free speech absolutists being edgy and fun, but to the lefties, they're very open that they are fighting to destroy your right and ability to reach an audience, to speak to people, or have freedom of speech. They absolutely want to censor you. Fuentes is Spanish? Well, Fuentes, the last name, is a Spanish last name, as in literally of Spain, and Spain is a country of white people, so even though Fuentes is like, haha, Hispanic last name, whatever, no, it's a European last name. He is white. And I'm sure he just, like, no hands orgasmed hearing me say that. Because you know he's watching this stream because it has his name in it. Yep, the Spaniards are white as fuck. Yeah, I do hope Nick Fuentes gets deported. That is true. He ain't Nazi white? That is true. I don't know if the Nazis would be all down for the Spanish. But, you know, Spain is falling into fascism right now, so who knows? The whole war on Christmas tantrum they throw every year really shows that they are snowflakes. Yep, nothing's changed. They've always been cry-bullies. And, of course, they're always projecting. They always have called the left cry-bullies. I do not need that imagery. Well, I hope you are able to forget it, Manufactured Dreams, if you didn't want it. Many rich Spaniards are descended from Visigoths and Germanic tribes, and they still like to mention that. I'm sure it's some weird, like, Nazi bullshit there, too. I'm glad I watched your content. I nearly fell down that right-wing rabbit hole years ago and managed to pull myself out by differing opinions and fact-checking and understanding how cons work. I'm glad you fact-checked. That's really all it takes. Just like, oh, a conservative made a claim? Let me Google the claim and just see what sources back it up and which ones dispute it, and see where the lean is and where the biases are. Like, that alone will typically get you where you need to go. 99.9% of the time. Just do that. It's like, conservative makes a crazy claim, Google the claim. It takes like 2 seconds, and then look into it. That's all I ask of you. Like, just do it. Just do that. Seriously, just do it. That's all I ask of you. Did you get to watch Arcane Season 2 yet? No, I haven't had time just yet, but maybe I'll watch party it in my Discord. That could be a cool idea. These aren't intelligent grifters, that's the infuriating part. Yes, it takes very little effort to grift in the right-wing media sphere and make millions. It takes enormous amounts of effort and ridiculous amounts of time investment, and like length of time to get anywhere as a progressive content creator. It's frustrating, and the right certainly loves to rub your face in that, but that's the landscape we're in. We've got to fight to change things. I'm not caught up on From yet, no. I meant to watch it this morning, but I ran out of time before stream, sadly. But I will be watching it tonight, no doubt. That's why MAGA falls for propaganda. They don't fact check. That is true. That is the prime reason why they're always falling for shit. They do not care to look into things. And not only that, but if they find out that something they were told by a right-wing pundit was wrong, they're really charitable. They'll chalk it up to a mistake. If a lefty makes a claim and backs it up with science or facts or even data or evidence or whatever, they'll poke holes in it till the sun comes down. The sun comes up, till the crows come home. They fall for satire even. Yeah, they're that unwilling to think critically. If something conveniently backs up what they want to believe, then they'll fall for it. Until the sun explodes and dies out and turns into a black hole. It's not like the sources they use for research are going to be independent, just more echo chamber reinforcement. Well, just Google. Just Google and scroll down the first page of results and just see who is saying what, okay? You do that enough and eventually you're going to notice the pattern. And it's crazy how similar each of the grift channels are. Every Fandom Menace channel I've seen uses the exact same rhetoric and talking points. There's basically no difference between them. Yep, it's zero effort content, trust me. Every day I am fighting against the dark side pull to become a millionaire by doing low effort content. If I entered the right-wing media sphere with my quality of content, just shilling for the right, I would easily be a millionaire by next year. This time next year I'd be a millionaire. And I have known this for years and years and years, and yet I do not pursue that path. It is like the pull to the dark side. Nah, this time next week? You really think so, Average Twink Enjoyer? I think so, maybe. Well, probably next month, if I really did the whole, like, leaving the left thing. The truth will never be a catchy soundbite. That's why it's hard as left-wing content creators. That's true. And that's why your support is so necessary, because if we can at least reach people, at least they can get on board. And hey, long-form content is starting to see a resurgence. Podcasts might have won Trump this election. People listen to lots of these podcasts that tend to lean right-wing. It means that longer-form content, not necessarily shorts, are having a pretty substantial impact. And that is where the left shines, long-form content. If we can boost it enough, it can reach people and change their minds, just as the right-wing long-form content has. I love long-form content. That shit carries me through work. Yep. And I think as generations of people get into the workforce and have been into podcasts and the internet, it's going to become the norm that people rely on that long-form stuff to get them through chores, drives, work, and they're going to get a lot of their opinions from that stuff. It's replacing radio, TV, and to an extent, a lot of other forms of internet media. If 2020 was really rigged, then the Democrats would have definitely rigged it harder when they were in power. That makes no sense. Yeah, there's no logic there. They don't think. They don't care. It's just convenient to think that when they win, it's because they won super hard and beat odds stacked against them, and when they lose, they never had a chance in the first place because it was rigged it was rigged to begin with, right? They want to have their cake and eat it too. They always have. Easy to lie and make people fact-check the lie more before they can get all the fact-checking done? Yep, you can lie more before they can fact-check what you said 10 minutes ago. You can belt out 100 more lies. I never understood why shorts were the new meta. I thought YouTube still prioritized watch minutes because you can watch a lot of shorts, and every short has the opportunity to play an ad, and it's a whole thing. Trust, it's a whole thing. It makes sense. God bless America. True. Xander all loved Rings of Power Season 2. True. So far, you've typed 2 true things in chat, Andrew Jackson. And you have the name of a president. Hasan's obsession with Ethan Klein is cringe. Was Andrew Jackson? Yeah, I think he was, yeah. Those fucking old presidents are hard to remember. He was from North Carolina? Trust me. Was he from North Carolina? Hasan's obsession with Ethan Klein is cringe? Yes, it is. We will be talking about that later. Don't worry. We hate America because of Trump? No, we don't hate America. What are you talking about? Hold on, hold on, hold up, hold up. Wait a minute. No, we do not hate America, okay? We do not hate America. We love America. That is why we're upset. That is why we are fighting to change things. Stop throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What motivation are you going to have to fix things if you don't have any genuine love for your country and seeing it be healthy and well? $78 million Americans hate America? I wouldn't say so. I think they just probably got kind of misinfoed. I love this country, not the people who live in it, though. Listen, the people who voted for Trump are gonna fuck around and find out the hard way. They're gonna re-earn their respect that they can have when they vote differently next time. Frank Patron, another Nazi spammer in YouTube chat, came in and said, "Total Nazi W." Jesus Christ. These people. Maybe I should give Intel Fox 51 mod powers so they can ban these people. Here you go, Intel Fox. There you go. Now you can yeet people. Ain't that based? I'd love that, Rab Adler, but I don't know if it would actually win anything. That's the thing. Can I get mod powers? Yeah, honestly, Zan's biggest meat rider, you are my biggest meat rider. I will give you standardized moderator powers if you are trustworthy, because you haven't been around too long. Then you can get promoted. Andrew Jackson was the president that invaded Florida, took it from Spain, and turned it into a state in the U.S. Yeah, I wasn't around back then, believe it or not. I know I came from Florida, but I wasn't around for that. Believe it or not. I was born a little while after that happened. You know? A little late. I threw my American flags in the trash bins today. The garbage said he's been finding flags in the trash since Wednesday. Don't throw away your American flags. That is so cringe, dude. Like, come on, bro. I love America, and you guys will not gaslight me into hating my country, goddammit. I love America. I'm fighting for America, goddammit. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I have AC. And I'll never forget the Brits who died in the heat wave of '03. As a person who is Gulan lives in Florida, I hate Andrew Jackson. No, Andrew Jackson W for taking Florida. Florida should be part of America, but we should turn it into a territory and trade it out for Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico can become the new tropical vacation destination state. Although it'd be more like Hawaii, because it's in the Pacific and, you know, just kind of off and away from the mainland. Xander based? Yes, indeed. Actually, let's give Hawaii sovereignty and make it its own country, and then make Puerto Rico a state. Hell, I'm kicking the devil's lettuce so I can legitimately acquire the pew pew. I'm in part inspired from Saturday's stream. Hell yeah, Acore45. I inspired someone to stop smoking weed so they can legally get guns. Just like me. That is what I like to hear, guys. I've been a good influence on people. Not only are they arming and protecting themselves and learning a precision sport, but they also stop smoking weed, which will no doubt probably improve their lives in some ways. The real problem is the majority have little to no basic intelligentsia, wrapped up in self-serving American garbage that uneventful. Yeah, I don't know, White Mike 2023. The only way to counter it is to just blow up and counter the right-wing media domination of the internet. That's the way you do it. Alright. I'm not old enough to have a gun in Illinois, but I can't wait till I can. Gonna practice my sharpshooting. I hope you do, Scrumpled Milk Skin. Shooting is quite fun. Curious question, can I get a gun in New York City? Probably not in New York City, no. You'd have to look into the laws specifically, though. There might be, an ability to get certain guns, but I'm not sure. If you were in upstate, maybe, but New York is pretty strict against guns. I don't like New York's gun laws. You cannot take a gun into New Jersey. You will be federally charged, and you will go to prison if you take a gun into Jersey state lines. Do not go into New Jersey. You can get guns in New York City, it's just really hard? Okay, cool. I don't know the laws specifically. I'm never going anywhere near New York with a gun. Or New Jersey, for that matter. New York is too close to New Jersey for me to have a gun on me. No handguns in NYC, apparently. Makes sense. New Jersey. Alrighty. Let me get the first segment of the stream ready for you guys. One second, chat. I'm just bringing up the relevant clips before we get into the first segment of the day. Do 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 do. Past week. Man, Reddit is so fucking annoying with this. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys, I have to admit something to you. I feel like an idiot. I really do. I have been, for a long time, an ex-Asmongold fan. Okay, I loved this guy when I first found him, particularly because I was always super into World of Warcraft, and he is like the king of World of Warcraft, or at least he was, in the world of content creation. And I definitely gravitated towards him, especially back in 2019, heavily when Classic WoW dropped, and I really liked his stuff. But around the time of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard lawsuit, he got really deep into covering politics stuff, and not in a good way. Very much in this weird, like, bandwagony, anti-woke, like, anti-progressive way. And as you can imagine, his audience quickly began to swell with conservative audience members. Like, people are even JQing openly in the comment section of his main channel's videos, from what I have heard, and I have seen as well, which is quite worrying. That's not great. I don't like to see that. That's not a good thing. And he's continuously pandered to a right-wing audience, and it hit a fever pitch recently when Asmongold went on a rant that was basically just like pro-genocidal towards Palestinians, and it got him so much shit that and this is very rare, Asmongold doesn't do this, and especially not when he triggers people on the left and gets into controversy. He apologized for it, and his apology seemed very genuine, and I don't think that apology was not genuine even still, but I don't think that Asmongold fully understood what was wrong. I think that Asmongold has continued to neglect the fact that he is falling into a pit of misinformation and vibes-based politics that is genuinely threatening the country. The problem is we'd have to argue for like 20 minutes about whether or not there's even any potential harm that could be done. And then we'd have to argue about whether or not the harm that could be done would be greater or less than if the Democrats did it. And then we have to argue about whether or not the greater harm is even worth caring about. And then we have to argue whether or not that caring should be enough that you do something about it, or at least change your behavior in regards to it. It's like, when you argue with people like this, it is so many levels of what seems like intentionally built ignorance as a shield to protect themselves against having to engage with an honest conversation. Now, Asmongold has been continuously having, since Trump won, some pretty iffy takes, mostly meant to pander to and kind of feed into the celebration of the right-wingers in his audience, and he has been having some cringe takes. And it's looking like this is going to boil over into a fever pitch of destiny, rage debating Asmongold. And not just Asmongold, but XQC too. I'll see if I can find some clips, but XQC has also been doing this whole, like, hand-waving any concern for Trump thing, and of all people, it's Destiny that is extremely pissed about it, especially after these results, and recognizes that the misinformation and the hand-waving of the truth that Trump supporters and those in the middle have normalized is genuinely destroying our country and needs to be countered. And so it might culminate in a big-ass debate. And I gotta say, I will be there, day one, for sure. You better believe it. Asmongold tweeted the day after the election, in fact, "Incredible to see how ideologically captured the Democrat Party has become by the double-edged sword that is identity politics. Thousands of posts lamenting the fact that people voted for their own best interests." I assure you, Donald Trump vowing to deport the children of immigrants who are naturalized citizens is not in the best interest of 13% of the Latino vote that went over to Trump. I assure you it is not their own best interest, nor if you are working class is it in your best interest to see a 20% plus price increase across the board for products because Trump's going to put tariffs on everything, rather than the perceived best interests of their identity group. Yes, the perceived best interest of not getting deported from the best country on the planet. Absolutely. He does have a general, like, the upsetting thing is, though, that's the thing. The upsetting thing is, though, the reason why Asmon's incorrect take here is going to be really hard to move him off of is it is based in an at least somewhat correct observation of reality. Yes, Latinos, for example, dropped support for Harris and jumped over to Trump despite how openly anti-immigrant and anti-Latino Trump has been. That is a real observation that you can make. But instead of taking that observation to say, damn, there's something going on, like clearly those people are convinced that Donald Trump's policies are so good for them that they're fine with it, or maybe there's this, like, kick the ladder down behind you type mindset behind it, where a lot of Latinos in America don't really give a shit. It's like getting your student loan debt canceled, or canceling student loan debt after you've already paid off yours, where a lot of people in America in that situation say, no canceling student loan debt. I already paid mine off. They should have to pay theirs too. Maybe it's just kicking the ladder down behind them, but instead of any introspection or thinking about it, it's just, yes, the Dems must not truly be advocating for these groups' best interests because, of course, they 100% guaranteed know what their best interests are and immediately vote for them and could never be fooled by propaganda or billionaires running one of the most expensive political campaigns of all time. Maybe the most expensive political campaign of all time. Anyway, it kind of culminated further, where Destiny called him out, called him a retard, I believe. Actually, is this the clip?
Oh,
Okay, yeah, we got a full clip. So this is Asmongold responding to Destiny calling him a retard for his pro-Trump takes. And honestly, I gotta say, Destiny W on this one. I'm very disappointed in Asmongold. I was really expecting him to go on a much more positive path after that whole Palestinian controversy.
Oh, I like Destiny a lot. I think Destiny's very smart. I think he's actually more informed.
The benefit here is that Destiny and Asmon have been friends for a long time, and so there's actually a good chance that Destiny can be like, dude, can you just Google this? What do you think the Dems have done that's wrong here? So, like, they can have an actual productive conversation person to person. That doesn't just have to be a destroy the opponent to impress the audience and convince the spectators of the debate. Like, Asmongold in a conversation with Destiny specifically can absolutely be swayed. And that is what I'm hoping to see. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Maybe I'm being naive, but I would love to see that happen. I'm hoping for it.
He's actually more informed about these things than I am, to be honest with you. But I think that if you look at the reason why he did it, and if you look at it in the context of his other companies and his other goals, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think it was a good decision. I think this...
The audio and video are not synced up, and he's referencing, this is like a really clipped. I saw the full video earlier today, so I guess I'll summarize it, because I don't want to just stream Destiny's video, and I want to keep this kind of, concise and news-oriented, I guess. Destiny started out by getting sent some clips of Hasan, or not Hasan, usually that does happen. That did happen, probably today even. But some clips of Asmon, not Hasan, and XQC, saying some really dumb shit. Notably with Asmon, it was basically trying to equivocate the support of Elon Musk buying out a platform like Twitter and funding the propaganda campaign for Donald Trump, trying to equivocate to that to billionaires, quote unquote. He doesn't name any, but billionaires supporting the Dems for so long, but apparently no one cared then, right? He eventually does identify George Soros as the guy that he has a problem with, but, I don't think Asmongold could explain how George Soros is somehow doing anything close to what Elon did, especially not on a moral level. Thankfully, it does seem like Asmon's willing to have that conversation. Usually people like this are willing to belt out something really stupid, and they're willing to say it to a really big audience and get cheers and applause and claps for it. And then when challenged by someone who knows what they're talking about, they reel back and refuse to actually stand on that hill and defend it. But they still reap all of the effects of having belted out that take in the first place. And they receive none of the accountability of having to defend it. It's very frustrating. At least Asmongold is not seeming to be going down that route right now. And that is a silver lining, if anything is.
Proves it. So yeah, he just called you an R-word? Guys, I've been on the internet for 25 years.
He's been called worse than that.
Do you really think I'm going to get upset that somebody called me retarded?
Yeah, that is true. When you're a content creator, someone's got to be really creative when insulting you if they're going to do anything especially noticeable. It's just going to be like, oh yeah, another one of the million people who have called me retarded because I disagree with them. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's keeping me up at night. Anyway, so Asmongold seems like he might be open to a conversation after all of this, which is definitely pretty nice to see. I'm happy about that. That is definitely a silver lining to this whole situation. Really quickly, I wanted to see if I can bring up the XQC take. XQC reacts Trump. There was a recent Reddit. Really? 3 months ago? That's what we're looking at? Well, obviously, XQC was invited to appear at the Aiden Ross Trump live stream event that happened at Mar-a-Lago, and that was pretty cringe of XQC to do. But on top of that, XQC... God, I can't find the clip right now. If anyone has it, they can send it. But I'll just go ahead and reiterate it now, since, trust me, you guys can't even understand anything XQC says anyway, so who cares about the clip? XQC is watching this clip of Donald Trump, or not of Donald Trump, but of people talking about Donald Trump, some mainstream media figures, and they talk about Donald Trump having 34 felonies, and being elected with 34 felonies, and XQC closes the video and says, come on, man, dude. It's so biased. And that's where he leaves it. Apparently it is biased to acknowledge the sheer fact that Donald Trump is a 34 felony, first time a felon has ever been elected, criminal being elected to the presidential position. Backed by billionaires who are openly partisan and ideologically driven. And emotionally driven. And a sexual assaulter and alleged pedophile, yes. Yeah, it's really fucked, guys. It really is cringe to see some of the biggest figures in the world of politics on Twitch, especially. Like, politics on Twitch needs to be burned down. Like it needs to go, dude. It needs to fucking go, bro. I have no clue how the fuck it got to where it is, but it is awful. It is horrible over there. For one, on the left, you've got Hasan as the main representative of progressive politics. And oh my god, could there not be... There could be worse people, to be fair. But good lord, could we not have someone a little better? A little bit better? Come on, good. Hasan has genuinely poisoned so much of the online left, and every time I criticize Hasan, if I don't go on like a 12-minute diatribe explaining all of the horrible shit he's said and done, particularly to well-liked, beloved figures in this space like Dylan Burns, then they say, what do you mean? What problem does Anna have with Hasan? And I end up getting shit for that. A little bit of a flash forward to what's going to happen a little later in the stream when I talk about the drama between H3 and Hasan that has continued to unravel as of late. And then, of course, on the right side of things, or even just in the center, you've got everything from Sneeko and Fresh and Fit to Asmongold and XQC, who are just playing sanity washing for the Republicans and Trump. It's so annoying that because these people who have a massive platform are just random dudes who lucked out on fame, they have no genuine willpower to educate themselves, but they want to have all of the... They want to get their cake and eat it too. They want to be able to seem like they're smart and know what they're talking about, and they're up, like, and cool with it, and they can talk about these things in their chat, but they just end up repeating misinformation, but cannot be fucked, and will actively fight to defend their right not to inform themselves on these issues. They just want to be able to jump on board with the popular opinion and pretend to know what's going on. Those who just need to blow each other's backs out. Okay, Canada's Joel. I'm curious as to what the impact of Hasan has been. I mean, I can't really quantify it, but I can say that Hasan is the most prominent progressive voice on at least Twitch, maybe the whole internet. Has definitely had some negative effects with his defense of Russia and China. He's obviously anti-Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong. It's just, yeah. Hasan's got a lot of problems. I could go down the list. He called Dylan Burns a pervert for platforming Ukrainians to criticize his Russia defense. Hasan's just not a great guy. And a lot of people don't want to accept it because he's their fave. But... hopefully we can grow past him. And beyond. Far, far beyond. That is the goal. And if you want to help with that, then perhaps consider dropping a like. In fact, every single thumbs up is like casting a blue ballot on YouTube to force them to push my content in the algorithm out to new and old viewers alike. You can also comment down below if you want to boost the effect of your like. Mind you, it's totally free and only takes half a second, and right now we are seeing clearer than ever that the right-wing media sphere on the internet needs to be dominated. It needs to be overcame by the left, and if we're going to do that, it's going to require a lot of support from the viewers. Now, Financial support does not equal more eyes on progressive content. It is very appreciated, but nonetheless, it doesn't equal more people being convinced, so you don't need to feel pressured or even a responsibility to donate or contribute financially. But if you drop a like and a sub and a comment, it really does help a lot. Make sure to ring the bell icon and turn on all notifications too, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because otherwise they won't do it. And of course, if you want to see more from me, you can follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, and join my fan Discord if you haven't already, as it's the main hub of my community and fan base, and totally free to join. I also host at least once a week, on Fridays actually, I host gaming events, call-in streams, and or watch parties. And if you haven't already, and you want to support me directly, and you feel like it, and you can afford it, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below if you want to help me keep the lights on and the roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio. Regardless, though, even if you're a lurker, and you're just watching the stream and you don't even say anything, I really do appreciate it. I hope to see you around again, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it was good. Alrighty. Let me mark that off on the topic list in my scroll. Because that's right, I write all my topics down in a scroll if you guys did not know. Evil segment? No, that was a great segment. What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you still do debates? From time to time, yes. I actually want to start doing a lot more debates soon. Today's probably not a good day for it, except for maybe later when I'm doing Subnautica. After segments, when I'm playing Subnautica, that is actually a good time for, like, impromptu debates. Yes, the Scroll of Truth, indeed. Here, really quickly, chat. I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up and I'm going to go grab myself my milkshake, my big old mass gainer milkshake from the fridge, and I'm gonna start snacking on that as we move into the next segment. I want to thank you guys for the support so far. Don't worry, I'm not ending stream and no need to go anywhere, but I will be right back, so stay tuned. I am excited to have my milkshake. BRB. And I have returned. Thank you so much for your patience, chat. I am back. Does Xander Hall only stream on YouTube? Yes, I do, because fuck Twitch. And frankly, if I streamed on Twitch, I'm pretty sure being, like, like, terrorism or whatever might get me banned. So I don't want to get banned and not be able to appear on, like, Twitch streamers' streams or collab with certain Twitch streamers on their streams. So, not streaming there means it's highly unlikely I get banned from there. Twitch's rules and enforcement are insane. I don't trust it as a platform. How's my Mass Gainer milkshake? Chocolatey and delicious. You are my favorite YouTuber ever. Oh, thank you, Gloomy the Fox. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. It really does. I'm glad to hear that, by the way. Let me know if there's anything I can do to improve the content, of course. Guys, don't kill yourselves yet. MCR might have a new album. I'm so fucking hyped. You guys shouldn't kill yourselves anyway. What the fuck? You should be doing resistance training if you're trying to gain mass. Oh, I am, Simric. You think just because I'm not working out on camera right now means I'm not working out? I got kettlebells right there. Just up against the wall. I've been hosting / moderating debates. Can I reach out to see if the topics interest you? To be completely honest with you, I hate scheduling out events. One of my favorite things about being a streamer is I make my own schedule. So if you want to come on and debate me or have someone debate me, the best way is to see, like, me live and streaming a game that's not, like, a super, like, story-focused game, and to be like, yo, can we debate on so-and-so? And I'll probably be like, yeah, hop in this chat in my Discord, and then it'll probably happen right then and there. That's the ideal way for it to go. That's how I like it. This music went from lo-fi to spa. Spa? I mean, it's the Hightail soundtrack that has been remixed into lo-fi. I hope you enjoy. Zan, can I debate on Linux pilling you? No, Evil Rhoda. I will not be Linux pilled. I game, okay? I play video games. Speaking of streaming games, ever considered streaming Horizon Forbidden West? Maybe one day. The Horizon games are pretty far down my list of games to eventually get to. Unfortunately. Anyway. Let me bring up the next segment. Man, the second I start getting a segment ready, people start funneling in the donos, dropping support on the stream. I'm certainly not complaining, but I just always find the timing quite funny. It's like, alright, time for the segment. Then 50 donos, it's like, alright, segment in a bit. Okay, hold on. The segment has been delayed. Where the hell is this thing that I'm looking for? What the heck? What the heck? Alright, I'll just find it myself. Fine. I'll do it myself. Alright. Let's see. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Before I even get into anything here, I have to front load this segment, otherwise I'll lose the retention of the Hasan fans in my audience, and they'll leave a dislike and a hate comment without actually watching to the point where I make the arguments that would probably make them go, oh, he did that? Wait, really? And then they'd go tippity-tippity-tappity and Google it, and then they'd find out he did, and they'd be like, oh, shit. So I'm going to go ahead and front load this segment with those things, because otherwise, that's what's going to happen. Hasan used to be one of my favorite content creators in the lefty sphere. I thought that he was doing a very good service by being so wide-reaching and progressive, but he started getting deep into foreign policy about a year and a half ago, and his takes have gotten abysmal. From being anti-Taiwan and pro-China, anti-Hong Kong, anti-Tibet. He is also very pro-Russia. At least he has walked a lot of these takes back, but the fact that he defaulted to them and tried to defend them for so long is definitely problematic. Everything from arguing that Russia was never going to invade, and if you thought they were going to invade despite all the evidence they were going to invade, you were a war hawk who just wanted war with Russia, to claiming that annexation of Crimea was totally justified, claiming that defense forces of Ukraine are all just Nazis trying to fight against like the liberation of the Ukrainian people from the country not being a Russian satellite state, I guess. He said a lot of really out-of-pocket stuff. And, in fact, Dylan Burns, a beloved journalist content creator who does on-the-ground, endangering his life unarmed in the battlefields of Ukraine and Russia, journalism, has actually nearly died multiple times by being struck at his position by the Russians, mind you. And they, of course, lied about why they did it, claiming that he was part of an armed squad when they were all unarmed press. Regardless, though, Russia's awful. Hasan's made excuses for it, but being in Ukraine, Dylan platformed a few Ukrainians who are all mostly left-leaning, a couple of them even ex-Hasan fans, all to basically see some clips of Hasan talking about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and his takes on it. And the takes are just awful, I imagine, to hear if you are a Ukrainian who is currently under siege from Russia, and you're seeing this like extremely spoiled, wealthy, white, rich Beverly Hills, LA streamer talk about how you're a Nazi that needs to be conquered by the Russians, right? Now, they responded to Hasan, and they did so very well, and in response to this, instead of actually watching the video or even trying to debunk it or even hearing it out and maybe finding that he was wrong, he instead refers to Dylan as a war tourist pervert when someone in his chat asks him to cover the video, bans that person, and then refuses to acknowledge it ever again. I do not like Hasan. Frankly, I can't remember more reasons why, but there are more. They're just not coming off the top of my head right now. So I'm going to hope that anybody getting their panties in a bunch about me calling out Hasan in this video know that it's not unfounded, okay? It is not unfounded. Anyway, we actually have a development in the Hasan versus H3H3 drama that has come out. It is called Hasan Piker is a Weasley Little Liar. What a Weasley Little Liar, dude. I've not seen this outside of the first 2 minutes, which is when I paused it and decided I'm going to watch this on stream, because I do genuinely think that besides, I don't want to focus too much of my attention and energy on lefty infighting, but someone like Hasan is so overwhelmingly influential, they're so big and such a big name, that I think you can understand why that would be an exception, you know? Regardless, though, let's hear out Ethan. Obviously, Ethan could totally post cringe, but what I found so frustrating is how many people on the left are genuinely convinced Ethan is a Zionist, or like pro settlements, pro expansion of Israel, pro genocide of the Palestinians. I mean, bro, he even calls it a genocide on the Palestinians. He doesn't even like mince words there. It's really like sad to see as Hasan's community desperately tries to set this like false narrative that Ethan Klein is something that he's not. He is like very openly anti IDF, like attacks on Palestinian civilians and stuff. He is very critical of Netanyahu. But man, like the bitterness with which Hasan will dishonestly go after you if he hates you it knows no ends. And we're about to see an example in a moment. So let's watch.
Hello. I'm here to address something that happened on Thursday's show. We were doing our post-election cope stream, and the subject of Israel had came up, and here is what was said about it. Let's take a look. Trump
is so pro-Israel, it's insane.
Not only is he pro-Israel,
him and Bibi
sure.
like talk a lot, and Bibi's become a lot like Trump.
Yeah,
so.
Bibi's his guy. They're like homies. Bibi's celebrating last night.
just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
And he got rid of him, or at least a more moderate voice. I don't know anything about the guy. Here we're talking about Yoav Galat, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, who just yesterday was fired by Netanyahu because...
So, this is the point. I guess I only got a minute in. This is the point where I stopped. When I saw this first come up in my recommended, and I decided I was going to save it for stream. Here's my theory. H3, or Ela and Ethan, are very clearly saying Trump is extremely pro-Israel and pro-Bibi Netanyahu, and Netanyahu is very pro-Trump. They're going to enable each other's worst behaviors and worst actions, and it is going to be so much worse in Gaza now. Netanyahu has already been empowered and has started firing people in his cabinet that are not as radical as him, and refer to all of these things as a problem because obviously the two of them are not in favor or backers of what Israel has been doing militarily and insofar as its expansionist policy. I'm guessing Hasan is going to use the fact that they referred to a guy who probably is also bad, but not as bad as Netanyahu, as like an okay guy or whatever. They're going to blow that massively out of proportion and try to frame it as though like Ethan's a massive fan of that guy and he loves everything that he did and he's defending a war criminal. I'm sure at some point we're going to get the line from Hasan that Ethan was defending a war criminal there. Just getting out in front of it. I've not seen what happens. I've just seen up to about 2 seconds after this point, like 2 more syllables out of Ethan's mouth. But that is my theory because I don't know what else he could have said there, or they could have said there, that you could get upset about, right?
He wanted to end the war, and now he wants to continue the war, and therefore he fired him. Once he was fired, people in Israel took to the streets and are protesting because, as far right as Netanyahu's, war cabinet is, he is literally a moderating voice in that cabinet, and was the only one representing the people and pushing for the war to end. The problem with Yoav, which I don't even think Ela probably knew at the time, because this war's been going on for so long, is that he's somewhat infamous for this quote here. He said
here it is. He's going to have said and done some awful stuff too, but he's not going to be as bad as Netanyahu, and the point is still going to stand, but they're going to attack this very minute, like, oh, but you didn't know this thing about how they're awful, but because they were awful, and you said they were okay, that means that it's like the most, like, it's the weirdest gotcha shit. You know, like, are you guys are seeing what I'm seeing here? Like, it is the setup for, like, the weirdest, dishonest gotchas. To say, oh, you accidentally admitted you're pro-Israel. It's like, what? Okay.
October 8th, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. When he's talking about entering Gaza in the first phases of the war. Now, a lot of people look at this language and think that it's dehumanizing and genocidal, and I'm one of those people. I agree that this is a horrible thing to say, and I don't defend him, and I never would defend him, a statement like this, which I assume people who watch this show know and understand. Now, a year plus later, for whatever reason, this is the same guy who's advocating for the war to end in Israel. And Ela, looking over the news, sees that people are rioting, that people are upset, and that people who want the war to end are upset that he got fired. And that's basically all that happened.
What people are also not very cognizant of on the left these days, due in large part to the influence of Hasan and his ilk, is Israel's been turned into this monolith. Like, Israel is talked about like Mordor is talked about in Lord of the Rings, you know? You gotta remember, this is just a country. Much like America, it is massively divided politically. There are people who have good beliefs, bad beliefs, and a lot of just incongruous, insane, like, misinformed beliefs in between. A lot of normies and grillers, a lot of people who just want the war and fighting to stop, a lot of people who are just scared because they have bombs exploding over their heads constantly. It's a country with a population who are split down different margins in their political beliefs and their support for the current administration. So, of course, there are riots and protests in Israel protesting the war, because not every Israeli is in favor of what the country is doing. And they're there protesting it. I don't think they deserve to be kicked out of that land or to die, like many lefties, and you can deny it, but many lefties, especially in Hasan's sphere, will say whenever they get emotional enough about these topics and they let the mask slip. It's very clear that there's been a very oversimplifying of this situation by online leftists. I think primarily because this is such a complicated situation, and people like Hasan really don't care to put in the work of learning about this stuff. They just want to keep on, streaming and just kind of low effort, making easy money and getting easy views. And it's sort of a feigning understanding the issue. And so instead of actually digging deep into the topic, he feigns so much, and his ilk feigns so much moral objection to the situation that they are just able to oversimplify it by saying it's evil, because that's supposedly all they believe of it, right? They don't have to talk more deeply about it and accidentally reveal they know very little of the situation. And most people do know very little of the situation because this is one of the most complicated geopolitical issues in human history, maybe the most complicated.
We're talking about the fact that he's the only person that wants to end the war, and I personally don't understand how that's not relevant. Here from The Guardian, a left-leaning newspaper you guys all probably know. Here's a headline: Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, triggering protests in Israel. Demonstration in Tel Aviv, widely seen by Israel's allies as a break on far-right elements of the Israeli government. Again, this isn't just my opinion. This is opinion that's held by internationally, that he is a moderating voice on the war cabinet, once again, advocating for the war to end, which is what I thought we all wanted. Here's another article from The Guardian. Yoav Gallant reportedly says Israeli army has nothing left to do in Gaza. The ousted defense minister also quoted as saying Netanyahu rejected peace deals against advice of his security officials. As you can see, I'm not saying any of this to defend him. What he said and what he's done should very well be investigated by the International Criminal Court, and if he's found, he should submit to an investigation. If he's found guilty, then charge him. But what I am saying is that I think that while Ela misspoke and said he's a good guy, her intention was that, this guy is trying to end the war. And
See, guys, all it takes. She slipped up. She accidentally referred to someone who had a good take on a thing and was relevant to the conversation as doing a good thing. Just she wasn't so hyper specific with her words. Gave those folks a line of attack. All right, let's see all the comments calling Ela a genocider or whatever.
Pretty sure we're all on the same page as that being a good thing.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words, and I would not have said that again. So I'm stepping away for a little while from being on camera and being on the podcast. It's too much, and it's not fair for everybody.
That's rough. It sucks, but Hasan's community has been genuinely attacking this couple for years now. Ever since the Leftovers podcast fell apart. And you gotta understand, these two have been attacked by Nazis, right-wingers, and drama YouTubers incessantly for 8 years now, 6 years now maybe. Ever since they stopped doing cringe anti-SJW adjacent type stuff back in the day, they grew well out of that. And the right has been mad at them and giving them shit for a long time. The fact that Hasan's community brigading them this hard is leading to Ela kind of withdrawing from internet presence really does go to show that Hasan has built a really gross, spiteful, angry community within the most core, dedicated part of it. most of the people watching him are just normal progressive people that like his politics and have no idea even half the stuff I said at the start ever happened. Probably more than half they're unaware of. And so when they hear Hasan say that H3 is a Zionist and his wife was in the IDF, which is a true statement, but if you were born in Israel, you kind of have to serve in the IDF or they'll put you in prison. So yeah, she chose serving in the IDF over prison when she was 18. Evil, burn the witch, I guess. But besides that, like, it's just Hasan and his ilk, the most dedicated and spiteful part of that audience, gaslighting and tricking the more normie, larger ring, the sphere, the donut of the main majority, the meat of the audience, right? Most Hasan fans are not the awful people harassing Ethan Klein. It's just the most dedicated and insane ones that do everything Hasan wants and immediately do his bidding and defend his honor. Most of Hasan's fans are just normal people who will jump to his defense when they hear criticism of him because they have been guarded from any of the dirt on him. Deliberately so.
Yeah.
So that's where our head was at when we said that. But now people like Hasan are going on their channels and accusing us of supporting a war criminal. Anyway, here's what Hasan said this evening about the clip that sent everybody into a frenzy.
Here we go.
Crazy. I just hate how Ethan is brigading smaller content creators like the deprogram because he couldn't get to you as far.
The projection is actually crazy, dude. What the fuck? The projection. Dude, H3 and Ela have been getting mass brigaded. Hasan is larger than them, and Hasan's orbiters and his entire sphere have been harassing them nonstop. Yeah, the deprogram is a tanky podcast, by the way.
Fucking gross how he keeps picking smaller content creators that are just getting by, and he is sitting on his golden throne, just straight up harassment. I know, he's just...
I can't get over the fact that they keep fucking crying about me responding to these communities. Like, this is the biggest socialist podcast. They have like, they have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Second Thought has 2 million subscribers. When can I respond to these people? When is it warranted? Like, give me a fucking break.
It's concern trolling. It's concern trolling. It's because they don't have any arguments. They're, like, Hasan's biggest method for avoiding disagreement and criticism is to call anybody who calls him out obsessed. And that's a fair criticism if someone is just, like, making random hit piece videos on you, like TMZ gossip style stuff, nothing really substantial or like, anything that matters. But when it's, like, genuinely calling out rhetoric and opinions and takes... that's the kind of thing that you're generally expected to respond to and be able to defend yourself from criticism for as a content creator. And Hasan can't do it. He's not capable of it. He genuinely doesn't want his audience to even be exposed to criticisms of him because they are that ironclad most of the time. And so he just frames it as they're obsessed, they're insane, don't give them the time of the day, no free clout, and he ignores it. That's how he does it.
Like aligning with all these fucking drama peddlers like Keemstar and shit in an effort to try and get me fucking banned is psychotic to me, you know? I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little fucking liar. He's just...
We got the emote in the chat. Post it, guys. We got the emote. Haas smash in the chat.
Straight up lying. He's just lying right now. In fact, this is a lie that he keeps saying is that I'm somehow aligning myself with Keemstar. Once again... I'll show you. I went and fished out the original stories. I was talking about Frogan getting shit from a ton of conservatives.
At H3H3, congratulations. This is your audience now. I wonder how your Muslim employees feel. Love Ethan's targeted harassment campaign. This is because he made a Instagram reel responding to a tweet from Frogan calling him out. Be honest, you absolute fucking losers. She literally said she hopes vets get PTSD. Oh yeah, she also said that like, she hates all U.S. veterans, and the only good ones are the ones who admit that they're evil, that they were evil for joining the military. Otherwise, she hopes they get PTSD and kill themselves. Or is PTSD also a brand of hummus? I wonder which crowd is DMing her hate messages. Nice trying to avoid accountability for literally anything, ever. Grow the fuck up. I can confirm to you, Hasan and his sphere and his orbit are so unanimously hated outside of the left, I guarantee you it is not Ethan's community attacking them. I know for a fact the drama community really hates Frogan and Hasan's communities. The right obviously really hates them. There are a lot of normie spheres that really hate, like the commentary community really hates Frogan and Hasan. So it is almost certainly them calling Frogan and Hasan out. I know for a fact that like the commentary bros are the ones who started the Frogan the Hutt meme, the Frogan Jabba the Hutt meme, and making like the AI images of Frogan as like Jabba the Hutt. That was the commentary community. So when it's like mean-spirited, like edgy attacks like that, it's very obviously not coming from Ethan's Instagram reels responding to tweets towards him. It's coming from the right-wing communities that have been upset with them and going after them that harshly for years now.
Talking about Frogan getting shit from a ton.
I have no pity, blah, blah, blah. So this is her clip of her saying she hopes American soldiers die or get PTSD. 7.5 million views. Sadly, no one cares about anti-Semitism, but in America, people do care about veterans. Probably shouldn't have said that. Yeah, basically, they're claiming that it must be Ethan's community harassing her and Hasan when the video clip of Frogan saying that she hopes veterans die and get PTSD has 7.5 million views. I'm going to guess it was probably more the 7.5 million angry-ass people who did not like what she had to say in this tweet and not H3H3's community that are responsible for that. Just going to guess. Just a wild guess.
Ton of conservatives for her wonderful remarks about hoping American military men get PTSD. I was showing it to say it's not my fault that she...
Donut Operator and Angry Cops, these are all massive, like, right-wing gun, like, tactical channels on YouTube that have multi-million sub fan bases that were quote tweeting the Frogan clip shit-talking veterans. It is so... Dude, the desperation to even, like, okay, so because the primary battle of people like Hasan is to, like, attack other people on the left and to, like, prove their virtuousness on the left, they use the hate they're getting from the right and claim it's coming from other people on the left to make those people look worse.
She's getting harassed when this clip of her is going mega viral on Twitter and being called out by the worst people on the internet, right? Look at, these are all conservative shitbags. These are all people that I disagree with and have openly said terrible things about, including...
Well, here's one of my favorite other things. In a previous thing, this was like the last video, Ethan H3H3 had posted this clip of Drama Alert, aka Keemstar, shit-talking Frogan as evidence that it was clearly not his community attacking Frogan. It was probably Keemstars and all these other YouTubers. And Hasan's community and Hasan himself framed it as H3H3 posting this image to support Keemstar. That is the level of dishonesty and sliminess and desperation to defame the image of others that we are dealing with here. Hasan is a master manipulator.
These are all people that I disagree with.
Actually, no, he's not really good at it. The people he's manipulating aren't particularly good at avoiding being manipulated. Let's be real. He's an okay manipulator, and he is easily manipulating easy targets for manipulation. That's a better way of putting it.
And have openly said terrible things about, including Keemstar. So, like, the way that he singles him out and says, oh, Ethan is co-signing Keemstar, he's a fucking liar, dude. He's a weaselly little liar.
The person that they're talking about is Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant, alongside Benjamin Netanyahu, has an active...
Mind you, Hasan is, like, doing this whole, like, this guy's so awful thing, as if it is in any way a debunk or an like an attack on the morality of them. It's like, oh, they agreed with a thing this guy said. Well, did you know? Did you guys know? Mask off. A really good guy. Moderating voice. God, I can't wait to read the comments of this video. They're gonna be so insufferable. We're due for a cleanse. We got a big wave of subscribers in the last few days, so we're kind of due for a cleanse. There's probably some cringe that came in that wave that we got to kind of filter out.
Petition for his arrest by the ICC. The person that they are talking about here, before getting fired by Benjamin Netanyahu, the person that they're calling a moderating voice, said this.
Genocide Defenders Assemble.
Which is the reason why there is an active petition, an active application for a warrant for his arrest by the ICC. I don't know. I'm legitimately shocked.
The problem why I'm frustrated with this whole situation, you guys know me. I'm more than willing, more than happy to address shortcomings and errors that I've made and take every chance I can to learn and grow from them, right? But the problem I have is that our subreddit and our community is overridden with these 8-year longtime ultra fans who can no longer, tolerate us, or they can no longer walk down this path with us as we've thrown our lot in with the Nazis, right? But these same people, okay, they hold no standards. And Hasan can go out there and glaze an international terrorist organization and its leader. And
for those who don't know, something Hasan likes to do is get random popular streamers and put him in his cuck chair next to him and have them just sit there and react to terrorist propaganda. It's really bizarre. Have you seen it? It's crazy. If you haven't seen these clips, oh my god. Hasan makes...
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
A Houthi musical. Here it is. I think I found it. Yeah, here's the raw video. He asked this guy, do you want to see a Houthi musical?
I do things that you probably don't like.
Yeah.
Like we took that fucking Saudi deal.
You did?
Oh yeah, me and XQC both.
Oh, no, damn.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry. I needed the money.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know. These fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I need the money, guys.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused.
What is he gets up and walks away and leaves him there. Wait, we're getting to the best part. I have no idea what this says. It's probably really bad. I shouldn't bop to it.
Did he leave me alone in a room with like a propaganda video playing?
It's just blasting. Okay. We skipped it a little bit. Bring us back to it. Bring us back with the flags. Now, some based motherfuckers translated what these signs or these banners say, and it's actually a very common saying. And it says, one of the lines in it is "Death to the Jews" on those banners there. A lot of the revolutionary and extremist groups fighting for, against like imperialism or whatever, granted, and that is based, are unfortunately very anti-Semitic. And so when you do this whole like dick riding stuff, you're even though it's not obvious, you're basically showing like a Nazi rally. Like there might as well be swastikas on those banners, yeah. Houthis also use child soldiers, and Hasan platformed one, yeah. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. He's done that with multiple content creators. He just puts them there in front of like terrorist propaganda, and then tries to like use the chat and himself being there to pressure them into agreeing with it and validating it. He desperately needs other clouded up figures' validation for his stuff. It's really weird. Like, I don't know how people watch that shit and don't cringe all the way through it.
And glaze up Hasan Nasrallah like he's a fucking great dude.
Hasan Nasrallah was assassinated. Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. They are a terrorist organization.
He won't stick to anything.
Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
Well,
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
I'm going to give you guys a crash course on Hezbollah. Let's start back from the beginning. 1983 suicide truck bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. 45 embassy staff were killed. 34 injured. They bombed a French Marine barracks in Beirut, 300 dead. Attempted murder of the head of the Turkish Jewish community. Suicide bombing of the Argentine Jewish Mutual Association building in Buenos Aires, 85 killed, 300 injured.
Yeah, but Hasan doesn't care. They're Jewish.
have an issue with them, let's just say.
Bombing of a restaurant near the U.S. Air Force Base in Spain, 18 killed, 83 injured. Car bombs of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, 11 killed, 58 injured. Hijacking of Kuwait airline planes, killed 4. Suicide bombing at the Israeli Embassy in Buenos Aires, 29 killed.
Not fun to have your own game played against you, huh, Hasan? Because I'm sure Hasan probably, well, he might be willing to defend this stuff, but he probably didn't have this stuff in mind when he said he doesn't dislike the organization. So I find it funny how, like, Hila and Ethan clearly didn't have the shit that Hasan talked about that guy in mind when they talk about how Netanyahu firing him is trying to eliminate dissonance in his war council that want to try and de-escalate the conflict. Instead, when you use the same logic against Hasan, it's like, oh, well, it turns out you're pro-terrorism. Like, undisputedly. It's like, it doesn't feel good to have the same logic applied to you, does it, Hasan?
240 injured.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
Suspected of carrying out suicide bombing missions against Israeli vacationers in Bulgaria. Indicted for the assassination of former Lebanese Prime Minister Rafik al-Hariri.
I don't have an issue with them.
Hezbollah participated in the Syrian civil war on the side of Assad, violent dictator. They're responsible for the genocide of well over 500,000 Syrians. Here's an article from Amnesty International. Syria, surrender or starve, strategy displacing thousands, amounts to crimes against humanity. Does that sound familiar?
I don't have an issue with them.
While the Syrian government stated aim has been to vanquish opposition fighters, its cynical use of surrender or starve tactics has involved a devastating combination of sieges and bombardments.
I don't have an issue with them.
These have been part of a systematic as well as widespread attack on civilians that amounts to crimes against humanity. Sounds like what Israel's doing in Gaza.
I don't have an issue with them.
Relentless attacks on civilians, in addition to immense suffering caused by siege tactics, deliberate attacks on civilians and civilian objects cause unimaginable misery. The government and Hezbollah forces burned the agricultural fields just as a form of punishment, even though we couldn't access them.
I don't have an issue with them.
Once again, sounds like what Israel's doing in Gaza. As of May 21, a minimum of 580,000 people is estimated to have been killed, with 13 million Syrians being displaced and 7 million refugees forced to flee Syria.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
Here's some quotes from Hezbollah leaders, including Narshallah. Our struggle will end only when this entity, if Israel, is obliterated. We recognize no treaty with it, no ceasefire, and no peace agreement. According to Shal-Shai, Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut.
And this is a big part of why this issue of, like, ceasefire now is so difficult, because Israel will never stop being under attack. Its civilians will never stop being under attack. I've got Israeli fans. Like, they were born in Israel. They didn't choose that. They didn't choose, like, Israel as their starting zone on the character creation screen. They were just born there. And if they are old enough, then they probably already are or have served or will serve in the IDF, legally mandated to do so. They have no choice. And a lot of those people have woken up in the middle of the night to bombs exploding above their house. And I'm sure people are like, yeah, well, Palestinians wake up to dying to bombs falling in their house. So do Israelis. And I'm not making excuses for what Israel's doing to Palestine, / Gaza, / the Palestinians, / also the settlements in the West Bank and all that. Not making excuses for it. But you cannot claim Israel should just stop fighting, stop throwing any stones whatsoever, as if they do that, there are not going to be significant, both from the radical groups in Gaza and their allies, there isn't going to be more retaliation. Israel does still have to have U.S. backing and support. Otherwise, some pretty bad folks are going to end up killing a lot of innocent people.
What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly and greedily than they are.
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in sight, mind, and ideology and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say the Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
Badi.
That is the guy who Hasan was criticizing the IDF assassination of, mind you.
Cain Ban, in his 23 October 2002 article, quoted Narshallah as saying, if Jews all gather in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and...
I will say there is some, like, giga irony, like genuinely, like, giga irony about the fact that Israel's existence is, like, the Zionist worldview is that Israel should exist such that it can be like a nation for Jews, because Jewish people as a group have been very spread out throughout the world, through Europe, all throughout like Americas and everything. And there have been in almost every country in the world, there has been like some sort of massive crackdown on the rights of Jewish people. There have been genocides. There has been enslavement. There has been just like eugenics and disenfranchisement. It has been a long-standing thing. Like Jewish people are one of the most, maybe the most, like attacked group in all of human history. Like I think the first bigotry ever was probably against Jewish people. And because of that long history, and the Holocaust being one of the worst instances and very recent in history, there are, of course, still living Holocaust survivors. The existence of Israel is justified by Zionists as a safe haven for Jews. Because if you're Jewish and you're Polish or Austrian or, and you could be from anywhere, right? It doesn't matter where you're from. Where do you go if your country falls into anti-Semitism? Like, what do you do, right? That's the logic is, like, where would you flee? You would have to flee somewhere friendly. But what if there was always somewhere friendly? Somewhere that had a military and was fully capable of defending itself, right? That is, like, the Zionist idea is that Israel's supposed to be their safe haven, especially if the world falls into, like, a massive anti-Semitic, like, World War II type deal again. Here's the thing, though. Israel happens to be smack dab in the middle of just so many enemies that want to kill them. It's like, it exists to be a safe haven, but everywhere, like, there is just enemies everywhere trying to take them out. The irony is, like, you got to admit, the irony is pretty crazy, right? I'm not laughing. Listen, it's the irony, right? You see it. The, like, of all the places in the world that they could have chosen, right? It's like, damn, dude. You're surrounded on all fronts by people who want to kill you.
Pigs, the Zionist Jews, and he condemns them as the murderers of the Prophet. According to Hasan Nasrallah, he said the Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
So my point is, if you're going to come down so hard on Ela for what she said, where's the energy when Hasan defends Hezbollah and Hasan Nasrallah, who is a violent, genocidal, anti-Semite, who mass murdered Syrians and committed terrorism all around the world? Where's all the 8-year subscribers flooding into his community saying they can't follow him in these footsteps anymore?
Well, he suppresses all that stuff and frames it as like people that are just deranged or whatever. But Hasan is losing a lot of support. He might have experienced a bump from the election. I'm sure he probably did. He must have, like any content creator would that does politics. But since then and after and before it, he has been bleeding support quite substantially. And a big part of it is that Hasan lying so much unnecessarily, well, it benefits him in that so many people end up neglecting to look into any of the stuff calling him out. The more he builds his foundation on like a sand of lies, the harder he's going to fall. And so because Hasan says such batshit insane out-of-pocket lies about people, the fans of his that do go out of their way to check, or even just to leave a hate comment, and they accidentally watch a bit of the original thing that Hasan complains about, they quickly end up realizing that Hasan lied to them, and they fall out of his fan base. And that has been happening more and more and more, where the lies are catching up to Hasan, and he's losing a lot of support really fast, particularly to Destiny. He spent a lot of time over-exaggerating his grievances with Destiny and how bad Destiny supposedly was, calling Destiny a Nazi and stuff. And when a Hasan fan sees Destiny just demolishing some, like, MAGA weirdo and realizes he's not a Nazi, they jump ship from Hasan's lying ass and they get on board with Destiny. So whether you like it or not, Destiny's been gaining like 10k subs every few days at this point, and Hasan's been losing 10k subs every few days at this point. So yeah, it's just naturally happening where people are migrating out of Hasan's community and they are getting fed up with it. The lies that he's told about other content creators that criticize him are catching up to him.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and
And unironically, Vosh has been regaining his support as his subscribers are nearly back up to 500k from the H3 drama, and unlike Hasan, has more commitment to his ideals. That is true. I've also noticed that the left has memory hold the lolly stuff badly. It really sucks, because, like, what ended up happening, I'm pretty sure, is either Vosh or his fans made a fake version, like a fake screenshot of what was supposedly in the like porn folder that he leaked on stream. The thing is, I had multiple friends who watch Vosh live when he is streaming who saw him leak the folder on live stream, where, like, you couldn't have edited anything, there's only a 5-second delay, he hadn't deleted the VOD yet, and nothing could have been changed. They saw it with their own eyes, sadly. They saw it with their own eyes. Not to mention, obviously, the original video has been saved all over the place and reposted by countless big YouTubers. There's a reason why no one with a large platform outside of, like, the orbit of the online left that he's in has opted for the idea that there was not bad shit in that folder. It's because every content creator knows what was in it. One of the images was literally... This is how I had it described to me by the person who was there live when they saw it. 2 underage girls, lolly, eating out a horse's asshole was one of the images. One of the images was that. And a lot of people, because there's, like, fake version, I was there, yeah, so a lot of people that were there, like, you can't really gaslight them, they saw what they saw, but because a lot of people weren't there and they've just heard about it, whenever I mention this, I usually get a lot of people yelling at me saying, oh, Zan's lying, clearly Zan betrayed Vosh. I got that comment recently because I had brought this up, and they clearly just saw the fake version and fell for that. And that's pretty, that definitely sucks. But yeah, Vosh has pretty successfully gotten his community and a lot of the left to memory hole the content of that folder, but the rest of the internet has not. So I don't know how that's going to go. We'll have to see. Man, the left is in a rough state right now.
You hear about, like, some of their attitudes about, like, gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh, no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And, like, sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows.
Who the fuck cares? That's not what anybody is talking about. We're talking about the fact that they're, like, anti-Semitic and, like, part of a terrorist group that targets civilians.
It's crazy.
The same issue that everybody has with the IDF is that they're, like, a far-right, ideologically bent, like... arguably backing of a, like, ethnic genocide ideology against the Palestinians and are targeting a ridiculous amount of force at, like, Palestinian civilians who are completely innocent. Like, it's the same problem. They're doing the same shit, and I have a problem with that behavior regardless of who's doing it. Where's the consistency?
He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person.
All right, I can't watch any more of this. I can't do it. I can't do it with Hasan and his pro-terrorism shit. You guys, hopefully you guys understand why I don't like Hasan anymore. Like, even if you're willing to excuse this stuff, most people aren't, and that is a big part of why the left is failing online. Our biggest representative, the person who you guys are willing to let get away with anything, is someone who actively repulses people now by how evidently full of shit he is and how ideologically motivated against America, just as a principle, regardless of how much that idea aligns with the truth that he is. Anyway, with all that said, I don't really think I have any finishing up thoughts here. I just want to ask you guys, if you enjoyed, to leave a like. Every single thumbs up on my streams and videos is like casting a blue ballot for YouTube to push my content and the algorithm to new people and old viewers as well. So I really do appreciate it. We really do need a lot of, fan support and engagement these days if we are going to start to grow past or even close to the level of where the right's kind of media empire online has been. And these election results really go to show that we need to counter that. So don't just drop a like with support for me, drop it with spite for conservatives. Leave a comment as well if you want to boost the effect of the like as well. It really does help a ton. And make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because if you don't, they won't. Make sure to follow my social medias as well if you want to see more from me on other platforms. Otherwise, well, I don't know, you don't have to. But you should also join my Discord server, which is totally free to join, is the main hub of my community and fan base. And on top of that, once a week on Fridays, I host a game event, a call-in stream, or a watch party, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there. So if you enjoyed, then I hope to see you there. It is a great place to be, so I hope to see you there a lot. It's great. It's awesome. Watch parties on Fridays. And of course, if you want to support me directly, financially, you can afford it, and you feel like helping me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. But regardless of how you watch me or support me, even if you're just a lurker, I really do appreciate it. And as always, I hope to see you again, and I hope you have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty clean. No, I haven't, Abby Bun. I'll have to look into it. Balder, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the majority of conservatives believe the Earth is 6,000 years old. We need to hammer this fact into normies. That is true. They do believe that, but that idea is getting pretty popular because a lot of young Gen Z men are taking the Christ pill. They think Christianity is their way out of modern society. XJ Jeep Dude 1988, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. You are so based in Pog, thank you. Said, hey Zan, hopefully you and y'all here had a good weekend. Been listening while browsing electric trucks, specifically the F-150 Lightning. Bummed they don't offer a single cab option though. Love y'all, heart. Aw, thank you. I hope you end up finding a good choice. Enjoy your shopping. I hope you have fun. Nice. Mike Moran, thank you for the $5 donation over on YouTube. Says, politics would be so much better if people didn't look at every issue as black and white. That is true, especially on the left. Sometimes it is quite black and white, though. That's the thing. Sometimes politics is, like, ridiculously, surprisingly black and white, and sometimes it's very, very much shades of gray, and that's the issue. People don't know when to look at it with nuance and when not to, or when they don't need to, necessarily. Is it true you're a godless Satanist communist who eats babies? That's true. Yes, I do eat babies. I'm a Sasquatch. Red Scare, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. It means so much and helps a lot. Said, I'm actually playing Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered right now. You're missing out on a good game. I will one day stream it. Don't worry. I'm sure I am missing out on a great game, but don't worry. One day I will stream it myself. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says everyone in chat should sub to me instead of Vosh, for the model is a fully grown trans woman, and thus not problematic, like Vosh's folder. I'm also 6'7", so I can mog Vosh once I transition. Okay, Pepper T21, you accidentally admitted you were 6'2" once, okay? That's very tall still, but you are not 6'7". If you were 6'7", you would be taller than most of the best basketball players on the planet. You're 6'2", which is really tall, don't get me wrong. 6'2" is a tall height, but you're not 6'7". You keep saying that after you said I found out I was actually 6'2". I'm calling you out. You can't add that many inches onto your height. A half an inch? Okay, that's understandable. You can't add like 6 or 5. Yeah, Pepper T exposed. Only 6'2". Only 5 inches taller than the average male American height. Which is one of the tallest heights in the world, I believe, is the average male American height. So yeah, you're still quite tall, Pepper T21. But yeah. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. Says Hasan needs to be excommunicado from the left. True. True. Just like in John Wick. Thank you so much for the $2 reviews. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. And thank you for the $5, Pepper221. As I said before, you are still quite tall. You would absolutely mog me in terms of height. But you are not 6'7". No one is 6'7". I think like 6'7" is 6'7" inches. Copy to clipboard? No, I want to search. Alright, let's see if we can get a good display of what 6'7" looks like. Alright, 6'7" is just short of 6'8", which would be Chris Martin at 6'8", or 6'7" would be Andrew Miller, so up around here, compared to the average American height at 5'10". So, yeah, it's a bit of an overstatement, but you're still really tall at 6'2". For reference, you're as tall as the average Major League Baseball player. You have an athlete's build, regardless. Like, you are absolutely a fucking giant, but you're not that giant. Chill out. I thought average male height was 5'6". Nope. Average male height in America is 5'10". Maybe 5'6" globally, but in America it's 5'10", because we American men tend to be a little bit taller. But there are plenty of countries that have taller men than America does. That's just the average in America. And the global average is just 5'6", because there are a lot of short dudes that are weighing things down. There are some countries where the average height is really low, and it affects that. I hope so, Kelly M. Cohen. I really would love to see a AOC presidential run. That would be my like ideal pick for first female president of the United States, would be AOC, easily. Like, hyper-progressive, very likable, very, like, hip and savvy with the young people on the internet. You know, one of the few sane people to come from, like, for some reason, Bernie was, like, based as fuck, but everyone that was, like, orbiting Bernie, especially in 2016, turned out to be an awful, like, tanky anti-electoral fuck. Like, Tulsi-esque type deal. Bernie himself is cool, and AOC is one of the few people who was kind of in that area around Bernie, of politicians who's not ended up awful. The squad is still based, and I'm happy to say. They have not gone cringe. Balder, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Over through YouTube said, everyone needs to find out when their local Democratic precinct captain is up for election and who the current captain is. Call your local party. True! Especially find out what voting district that you are in, and get involved in your congressional races. Maybe you can have a blue congressman who's actually willing to represent you if you can sway the vote in your area blue. It's a much smaller slice of the country you'd have to focus on. Zan, thoughts on Civil War speak? Cringe? Like, across the board? Like, LARPing about Civil War is cringe? Duh. Shadow Miner, thank you for the Tier 1 subscription. I really appreciate that on my website. Thank you. You didn't say anything, but I know what you meant. It was probably like, you're my favorite content creator, Zan. Please never stop making videos, or I will literally die. Thank you for the Tier 1 sub. It really means a lot. And yes, I will never stop, because I don't want you guys to die. No one knows what Kaiserreich is? Isn't that, like... Isn't that some I always hear about Kaiserreich from my buddies playing Hearts of Iron. It's some fucking alt reality possibility for Germany, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I'm not a Hearts of Iron player, okay? Did you hear that Kamala Harris is trying to get donations so she can see if she wants to perform a recount? I don't know if it's close. It's close enough in a couple states to warrant a recount, but I don't know if it would flip anything. Plus, they're still counting ballots. 1 or 2 swing states could totally flip for Harris. It wouldn't change the results of the election, but it could still happen. mean like who, doggy? I got me a dem newfangled 6-shooting pistols. True. Only reason Trump happened is because the right votes locally for everything. Tea Party to MAGA, to Moms for Liberty to now. Yep, it was all done on the local level for over 4 years. It is bad that I feel hopeless about... Is it bad that I feel hopeless about American politics to the point that I don't care? Yes, it is bad. You should care. You should feel angry and like, holy shit, it's time to lock the fuck in, dude. Like, why would you start losing and think now's the time to give up and not now's the time to lock in and try to secure the W? You realize life isn't a video game and you've only got one chance at it, right? You really want to, like, spend the time you've got on this planet, go down in history as one of the people who just, like, gave up and just let the Nazi takeover of Germany happen? Like, what the fuck? No, you gotta fight against this shit. Even if it's just pushing the media environment counter to what they are pushing for and educating the populace, which is very necessary, then it's worth it, you know? Feel free to take a break from politics if you feel burned out for a little while, but don't completely dip, you know? You're needed. Yeah, replace your despair with anger and spite. Life is like my summer car with the immortal setting on. You can only got one shot at this, so don't fuck it up. The recounts are for Senate and House races if the article I saw in Our Politics was correct. Oh, that's actually fair. The House and Senate are pretty close. The House especially, so I could see that being reasonable. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, recount there would probably be warranted. Trump should be disqualified, full stop. Well, unfortunately, democracy means by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. Anyway. I'm going to quickly use the restroom. My bladder is quite full after drinking so much of my big-ass chocolate milkshake. So I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be back in just a moment, guys. So stay tuned. Be patient. I'll be back. And, yeah. Thank you guys for coming out and sticking around so far if you end up having to leave while I'm gone. I do hope you have a good night, but stick around, please. We have got some more spicy stuff to talk about after I get back, and on top of that, after topics are finished for the night, I'm playing more Subnautica, so if that interests you, then you'll definitely want to stick around. So, yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. And I return, rejuvenated. Excuse me for the burp, guys. Them milkshakes bring all the burps to the yard. Could America achieve free healthcare in our lifetime? I fucking hope so. I sure hope so. Because my health insurance that I get from my mom expires in like 6 months. So that's not good. I will no longer be able to go to the doctor without paying out of pocket. 2.5 rating on that burp? I wasn't even trying there, bro. That was a nothing burp. Your co-host arrived at the same time? Oh, Evil Pastor Dean, welcome. I hope you have a good one. I am Evil Huckleberry and I love progressivism. Nice. Yo, chat, it is time to see a photo of my dog. As you guys know, she spends most of her time on her back with her belly pointed up at the sky. That is what she spends most of her life doing. And that is what she is doing in this image. Look at the puppy. Sadly, she's all the way back in California. My mom's sending me these photos. Best time to join? Hell yeah. You joined just in time for puppy photos. Look how curly her fur is. It's so cute. Her fur is so adorable. She's got the curliest locks. It's crazy. I've never seen a dog that's not a poodle with curly hair like that. It's crazy. I love it so much. She's so unique. I don't even know what breed she is. We think she's a mix of a Papillion and Bichon, but we're not entirely sure. She acts like a Bichon Frise. Very friendly and excited and hyper. A lot of zoomies, and really wants to play all the time. She's got that Bichon personality for sure. Do you think you could radicalize Moist Critical? Radicalize? I mean, maybe. Alright. Do.
Back in 2016,
Whoa, chill the fuck out, buddy boy. Chill out. All right. All right. Wait, what the fuck? What? No. Go back. Go back. Okay, there we go. Nice. All right. Yo, DeLancer, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Evil Pastor Dean. I really appreciate it. Hopefully Pastor Dean appreciates the free tier 1 sub. Thank you. It means a lot. Didn't say anything. But I'm sure what you meant to say was, here you go, Pastor Dean. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity. Because I haven't updated it once yet this stream, I've kept forgetting. My bad. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, the MAGA types, and I mean the hardcore MAGA types, not just the normies that elected Trump on the basis that he would fix the economy, but the craziest, most far-right conservatives who genuinely felt an ideological kinship with his most insane beliefs and ideas and statements, have gotten what they wanted. Donald Trump is now in power. And because they don't have any reason to uphold optics anymore outside of, I guess, not scaring away normies. They've started to heavily lean into removing the mask and saying the quiet part out loud. Nick Fuentes, the most prominent and youngest sort of Zoomer-oriented neo-Nazi figure, maybe in the world, certainly in the Western world and in America, started a trend among young men to tweet in sort of gloating, sort of teasing towards women, "Your body, our choice." Or, if it, like, "Your body, my choice." Just any man is encouraged to say this to women who are upset about the results of the election, primarily to sort of rub salt in the wound of the election results. A lot of it is just centered around, like, just sort of, if you can make women feel the worst, then you have won the game that they are playing, right? Women are not happy about it, though, and they may think that women are just going to be like, well, you know, boys will be boys, but dog, this 4B movement stuff is picking up steam. I got a video here from MSNBC about it. We're going to go ahead and check out how this whole "your body, my choice" thing blew up. And then we're going to talk about what happened to Nick Fuentes, because when you fuck around like this, you inevitably find out, and oh boy, Nick Fuentes found out. Let's watch.
Back in 2016, the election of Donald Trump was a radicalizing moment for many women in America and across the world.
It's also a explicit, like, rape threat as well. Like, "your body, my choice." It's like outright, like, it's a rape slogan. Yes, that is also part of it. And, you know, these people are very open about the fact that they don't consider consent from women a valid thing, and that if it weren't for the law, they talk about it a lot. They're pro-rape.
The world. An open misogynist beating Hillary Clinton, the first female nominee of any major party, even after the Access Hollywood tape leaked, brought about a global movement through the sheer force of women's rage and what they had been asked to endure.
They descended on the Capitol and cities around the world by the hundreds of thousands. Far more people marching for women's rights on President Trump's first full day in office than attended his inauguration. Tens of thousands more marching in Chicago, Boston, and Seattle. And overseas in England, Italy, Germany, and Paris. Crowds of mostly women, all protesting President Trump.
Trump era also gave us, just a few months actually after those
2016.
marches, the Me Too movement. Another massive cultural shift led by women who were tired of men like Donald Trump, just one example, but many, many, many others, mistreating and abusing women with seemingly total impunity. Now, nearly 8 years later, Donald Trump is heading back to the White House after running, I think it's fair to say, the most misogynistic campaign I've ever seen.
I think something I need to showcase to you guys about the mindset of men, unless you train them out of it, is this amazing video. It's actually, unless it could be scripted, but even if it's not, I believe it like hook, line, and sinker. It looks real to me. It's a Ring doorbell video of two little kids, okay? And it's very silly. It's a cute video. Don't get me wrong. I'm like, we're not taking it super duper seriously. I'm not like admonishing the kid in this video. Okay, don't get it twisted, okay? However, I do still want to showcase the clip I'm about to show you because I found it to be very... There was something about it that stuck with me as like, oh, this is really good for explaining to people. Like, primarily, like, women. The way that, like, men think from, like, the youngest of ages and how it, like, motivates them into inceldom. And it is not a very flattering perspective that I'm about to give you. So, this is a video clip taken from a Ring doorbell thing. There's a little girl, little boy, they're friends. The little boy asks her, "Will you marry me?" Like some play friend, like they're just kids, right? It's like the little kid equivalent of asking, "Will you be my?" It's like the littler kid version of asking, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Like basically just that. Bro's gonna make a song about this 10 years later is the caption. Let's just watch the clip, and we're gonna talk about it because it's important to this entire discussion and how the incel stuff and the Gen Z men are not okay stuff. It's very relevant. Let's just watch.
Will you marry me? No. Gee, you're mean. I don't want to. What? What?
All right. It's a cute video. Well, let's admit it's adorable. That is adorable. All right. and maybe I'm looking too deep into this, but children have absolutely no inhibitions or social, like, understanding of situations, so they're just, like, brutally honest, you know? It's why there's all those stories about, like, a 5-year-old kid, like, pointing to somebody who has, like, a disability in the Walmart checkout aisle and saying something that embarrasses the fuck out of the parent, and they're just like, you know what I mean? Right? So, here's what happened here. The little boy approaches his friend, the little girl, and he says, basically, like, asks her out. Like, it comes forward to her with feelings that he likes her, right? Very cute, innocent situation. She responds because she's not afraid of him. She doesn't have, like, that taught fear of being able to stand up for yourself and say no because you mean no. Not having to say, oh, well, I have a boyfriend, or, oh, well, I'm not in a really good place right now. Instead of just saying no because you're too afraid of hurting the feelings of the guy. She just straight up says no. A completely valid response because she doesn't want to. She even says, but I don't want to. And his response is, you're mean, and then throws the little heart thing that he made for her on the ground, has a tantrum, and walks off. Which, you know, very childish, right? But how many incel dudes have you seen basically behave the exact same way? Like, is this not literally one-to-one, just a child's version of the interaction? Which is, of course, the point of this post. But also, is this not the same interaction that the nice guy phenomenon and the incel thing is all based on? The fact is that from at least as young as this little boy is, most young guys have this mindset of entitlement. And in response to their entitlement not being met, they get bitter, angry, and hateful. The incel movement is a retaliation against women taking the initiative to say no, to do what they want to do and not what they are told they have to do. It is not a defense for men. It is framed that way, but in reality, what they frame as attacks on men are just women having the same level of rights and honesty and autonomy as men do. He approached her without a thought in the world and propositioned her like, will you marry me? And she, in the same way, without a thought in the world, replied with what she wanted to say, which was no, and then he has a tantrum over it. And she has to call out to him to make him feel better, right? Like, nothing... You see what I'm talking about, right? Like, that... Boys and men have to be trained out of that. I'm not even joking. That is the default position of young men. And if they are not given a good role model / outlet / the experiences and education needed to grow from that mindset, they become the grown incels that you see today. Never done that. It's obviously different levels of whatever, but like, there's a reason why the incel movement exists. That is the mindset that so many men have on a default level. I don't think it's even taught. I think that a lot of like guys just think that way and have to unlearn or learn better behavior, learn a better mindset.
He took credit for tearing reproductive rights away from millions of women. He was found civilly liable for sexually abusing and defaming E. Jean Carroll and continued to defame her. He picked a running mate who railed against childless cat ladies.
This is where we're losing the, like, culture war battle, dude, is the fact that, like, as valid as all these complaints are, people just, like, you mentioned Trump is a criminal who's been found, like, indicted on 34 felonies, and they just roll their eyes and just, like, ignore the rest of it, you know? It's just, like, they don't care. Like, they don't care. Like, Trump has to do something that literally hurts them specifically in a way that they can identify and tangibly feel, or they don't care. As far as they are concerned, you're just virtue signaling. You have to either make them hate Trump on an emotional level, which this will not do for a lot of Americans because it doesn't affect them, or, and even a lot of women, even if when it does affect them, like, you really gotta, like, this just doesn't work.
Trump won the election regardless. And the misogynistic trolls feel even more emboldened than ever before.
True.
I'm just a girl standing in front of the world asking for a president who isn't a rapist. Request denied!
The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, We control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your...
You know what I mean now when I say, like, the most successful conservative pundits are the ones who can do the best smirk at, like, women, minorities, and progressives as they, like, gloat. Or, like, usually they're like, dog whistling as they do this, like, smug bit. Like, this is what you're meant to hear as a progressive, but now they're outright saying it, you know? And, it's all about who can trigger the libs, who can trigger the minorities the most.
Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice.
When I tell you, we have to build a progressive media sphere where more than like 3 lefty content creators have more of a platform than this guy, I'm not fucking joking. When I tell you guys to hit the like button and to sub and to comment, do it despite this motherfucker. Do it despite these people. We are going nowhere, and these people will continue to dominate and make millions and own the country unless we get to have even a fraction of the influence that they have. They are winning the information war, or I should say, with them on top, the misinformation war.
Disgusting comments like that are going viral. They're setting the groundwork for a massive backlash. The one lesson nobody learned from Trump the first time around was that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The action was Trump's ascendancy, and the reaction was a global movement centering women's righteous anger. We are already seeing the ripples of another movement based on that anger, and I am predicting we are going to get a bigger reaction than 2017 this time around. It is just a question of when, where, and how. Donald Trump's third bid for the...
I guess this is like a clip together of multiple clips. And we'll stop it at that one, because that was really all we needed to see for the opening bit of this. So yeah. Nick Fuentes, where the... Do I have a ghost haunting my PC? Where do my tabs keep going? Am I just like absent-mindedly closing every tab that isn't the one I'm on in my music one? Let me go to my history. Let's see. Recently closed tabs. Here it is. Jesus. I had this one literally ready to go before. So, obviously there's the 4B movement. Women are fed up with Trump supporting men. They're not fucking these guys. All right? If you're a dude out there and you voted for Trump, good luck getting your dick wet. You better go find yourself your dream trad wife. You're gonna have to find them if you're gonna be having any sex anytime soon, buddy. So the 4B movement, it's blowing up. It's getting pretty big. And that's not really what I want to talk about, though. You see, Nick Fuentes fucked around with all that. Like, you can only push the line so much and drop the mask so much before people are like, oh, this piece of shit. And you stop being human to them. So Nick Fuentes crossed that line. He stopped being human to a lot of these women. And so he found out. Nick Fuentes' personal info has been leaked online for saying provocative statement, "Your body, my choice." Nick Fuentes, the controversial live streamer who sparked outrage for tweeting "Your body, my choice," has his personal information leaked online. The address of the anti-Semitic influencer was widely shared on X, formerly known as Twitter, after he was fully doxxed. Doxing is the practice of publicly exposing someone's private information without their consent, often used as a form of retaliation or intimidation. Nick Fuentes, who posted the controversial tweet "Your body, my choice," had his personal information leaked by several women with large Twitter accounts. And though he has gained notoriety in recent years for his provocative statements and weaponizing remarks, this tweet in particular went viral and sparked a firestorm online. So yeah, basically, he got doxxed. His address is out there now. Everyone knows where he lives. I'm not going to say it because that could probably get me in a lot of trouble, but you could very easily find it yourself, you know? I don't think anything's going to happen to the guy, but the fact that he's gone from having that smug smile on his face as he gloats about taking away women's rights to now clearly being scared and having to blur his house on Google Maps. That he had to do that, by the way. If you go to his house on Google Street View, which I did, it's now blurred. He requested that Google blur it because he's so scared, which doesn't do anything. Like, people can still just go look at pictures of the house online, or just, like, go to the blurred house. Everyone knows the address, but no one's gonna. It's not gonna be a thing. But it is hilarious that he's scared that something's going to happen. Yeah. God, you know what? Because it's been a while, Nick Fuentes eating his own boogers. This is one of my favorite videos on the internet. Oh, that was Elon Musk took it down. Let's see. Can we, is this it? Here we go. YouTube video. I hate this. I hate the sound effects. The sound effects are awful, bro. Here, let's watch. I don't think he knew that his camera was on. Why does nose start bleeding? Holy shit. Bro's digging for gold in there. The thumbnail, holy shit. That goes crazy. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's a real good point to end this one off on. Nick Fuentes fucked around and now he's found out. I do think that in the coming years, we're going to be at quite the advantage online. These people are no longer the counterculture. They hold all of the power in government. They're going to be blamed for every single problem that happens in our country and globally. I do not foresee a very successful run for the right globally in the coming elections, in the coming years, particularly in America, if we have another election in 4 years, which I think we will. You know, no evidence to think that we won't just yet. I think that the Republicans getting everything they wanted is kind of the worst thing for them, the more you think about it, assuming they don't destroy democracy on their way out. If there is still democracy at the end of Trump's second term, it could be the last Republican term ever served, genuinely, in the executive branch at least. With how badly experts are predicting the country's going to hurt from his economic policy, if he actually follows through, man, I can't imagine the vibes being very good for Trump in 2028. Like, it's... maybe they will be. Who knows? Like, listen, I will be happy if Trump ends up doing a good job, because obviously that means I'm not living in a crashed economy, right? I want Trump to magically make everything cheap and affordable. Obviously, that would be great to have as an American, to be able to live within. But it's... there are no experts saying that is going to happen, and it does not seem likely, so I'm just worried. Because the only person saying that's what's going to happen is Trump and Elon. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this segment and you want to support the stream or my videos, then please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up is like casting a blue ballot for YouTube to push my content and my streams and videos in the algorithm out to new and old viewers alike, and it helps a bunch. As does commenting as well. It actually boosts the effect of every like, so if you like and comment, that is actually ideal. And you can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video in the future, if you would like as well. Regardless, though, you should also consider following my social medias linked down below if you want to see me on other platforms and the other stuff I post, including my fan Discord, which is the main hub of my fan base. It's totally free to join, and once a week on Fridays, I host a gaming event, a call-in stream, or a watch party there. On top of that, I announce all my new uploads and streams there every time, so if you're there with notifications on, you won't miss a thing. I hope to see you there. Finally, though, if you want to support me directly and help me keep the lights on, the roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or even buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me, though, I seriously do appreciate it. It means an immense amount to me. Thank you, thank you. And as always, I hope to see you again, and have a good one. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. God damn, the new upload's popping off right now. Zan 2036, so real, so real. Guys, don't you know I'm running for president in 2036? I'm gonna do it. President Xanderhall. It's gonna be real. And that's what they'll have to call me. They'll have to call me President Xanderhall. I won't allow them to call me by any other name. All right. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, I've been told anywhere from 6.4.5 to 6.7.5. No idea why. I'm sorry if I seemed like I was lying. I don't think you're lying. I just think that you're, like, mistaken. Trust me, you're almost certainly 6'2". 6'7" is, like, insanely, like fractional upon fractions upon fractions upon fractions of the world population. So like it's just like basically impossible for you to be that height. You know what I mean? Maybe with shoes on. If you were wearing heels, then you would probably be able to hit 6'7". Like you would probably be extremely tall in heels. Like ridiculously so. If you wore some like tall ass like platforms or heels or something, for sure you could definitely measure in at that tall, or close to it. But like barefoot, you're probably like standing like barefoot against a thing. You're probably 6'2.5" or something. Pretty tall, but like ridiculously tall actually, but not like, yeah, not Shaq height. If you were 6'7", you would be Shaq height. But yeah, I don't think you're a liar. Pepper T21 with additional $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Says, doctor said I was 6'4.5 family and woodshop teacher said 6'7". The big and tall shop recently measured me between 6'6.5 and 6'7.5. IDK who to trust, but never said 6'2". My guess is I fucked my posture. Okay, here's what we have to do. You gotta post a picture of yourself standing next to a lamp or something. Because there's someone who does... Hold on. Height investigator. I love this guy's videos. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the really good one I saw recently. Okay, why is this taking forever to find? What the fuck? Unacceptable! Alright, this is it. This is a good one. This is a good one. Even tall people be exaggerating their heights. I love this guy.
In his bio, he claims to be 6'7". Stop the cap. Let's find your real height. He posted a video in his car that identified to be the Mercedes-AMG E63, which has a height of 57.4 inches. Here's a picture of him standing next to his car. He also identified the model of this candle to be the Yankee candle, which has a height of 7 inches. We analyzed the different angles and the different pixel heights to find the camera works, determining that he is 11.2 candles tall or 1.37 Mercedes tall. Now we multiply 7 by this number. Subtract 1.2 inches from his shoes, subtract 0.064 socks, making him 77.2 inches tall, which is 196 centimeters or 6'5" in freedom units.
Can't lie about your height on the internet and post full body photos. People will find that shit and they'll do the math, bro. People will do those pixel by pixel measurements and get it down to the micron, dude, to the atom. Why does Zan look like a drug addict? Good one, Imperial Honor Guard. You literally have a Nazi name, dude. I will say, It is a good showcase of the fact that all these people who talk about how, like, cities are burning to the ground and so they have to be Nazis and get all the brown people out of the country have never been to a city before, because if they'd had, they would have seen a drug addict once in their lives, and they'd know that, like, I don't look like a drug addict. Zan Musk says the economy will suffer under Trump and his rule. That would be surprising if he admitted that. Zan looks like he could be a swimmer. Oh wait, I was a swimmer actually. Believe it or not, I was in fact a swimmerino. Let me get the next segment ready. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, guys. So, since Trump has won, a lot of discussion has been being had about what to expect. Like, there's going to be a lot of that over the next couple weeks, no doubt, and even in the next couple months. A lot of people are worried because Trump has made a lot of promises about what he is going to do once he takes power. You know, a really good way to just summarize all of it is his promise that he'll be a dictator on day one, right? So, as you can imagine, there's a lot of discussions right now about what we can do to actually try to stop things like Project 2025 and Agenda 47 from going through and destroying the American people. I actually got recommended this video by a YouTuber named Zaid Tabani that looks pretty good. It's only a day old and already has 34,000 views. That's what I like to see. Good shit, good shit. It's called How to Block Project 2025 and Other Things You Can Do. Zaid talks. So let's go ahead and check out the video. It's a little bit long, so we're probably not going to watch all of it, so I do recommend you guys go check out the rest of it for yourselves, but we're going to take a good, decent chunk of a look into it and see what we can learn about here, see if we can get a little bit of a silver lining, a little bit of hope going on in the chat, see if we can get a little bit of raised spirits going on. Let's take a look. What can we do to stop Project 2025?
All right, this video is going to be broken up into 4 parts. I'm going to give you the bad news, then I'm going to give you the good news, then I'm going to give you some context on everything, and then I'm going to tell you what you can directly do, okay? Cool. Okay, before we get into that, though, I have to establish a few things just so you know that I'm not huffing copium or whatever, all right? Some pundits are going to downplay whatever I say. I'm not. I've been looking this up for the last, 2 days. Number one, probably one of the biggest fears people have right now, outside of specific civil rights being eroded or violated in the wake of this election, is the loss of political parties, or voting, or the right to vote, or any sort of engagement in democracy similar to 1930s Germany. Also, they fear the suspension of the Constitution, like Donald Trump has said in prior statements. And I've been looking this up since 10 a.m. 2 days ago, round the clock, and even with everything that is in Project 2025 and all of the guardrails it pushes, Trump does not have the votes or the state legislatures in control to suspend the Constitution and disable voting in mass. It is legally and structurally impossible for him to take away your right to vote or to grant himself unlimited terms and permanently defang the Democratic Party.
It is literally impossible? I mean, there may be no legal avenues for it, but man, Donald Trump doesn't just, this is the thing you've got to understand. You can never just assume this. I understand there are no real legal avenues for him to do this, but we've got the red, quinfecta right now. I don't even know what you would call it. Red Congress, red Senate, red House, red Supreme Court, red executive branch. Everything is hard red. Everything is hard red and MAGA. His entire cabinet will be loyalists appointed to him after an entire term of whittling down the non-loyalists in his previous cabinet. There's a reason Mike Pence isn't around anymore, for example. He's dropped a ton of his generals, so he's going to bring in just very sycophantic generals. He might have enough military backing to coup the government in 4 years. He explains that, Zan? Just watch? Okay, fair. I'm not, like, dunking on him or anything. I'm just saying, like, I would not jump to say that it can't happen, because I would have called you crazy if you said COVID would happen in 2017. If you told me in 2017 COVID's going to happen, millions of Americans, or over 1 million Americans, will die due to a badly handled pandemic by Trump that could have easily been prevented, then I would have called you crazy. Easily, I would have called you crazy. So I am very hesitant to say that Donald Trump is not going to go as far as he has said he will go. I'm willing to believe him when he promises that he's as bad as he says he is.
In order to do all of that, he would need 38 compliant state legislatures, or about 3/4 of the state legislatures in this country. Republicans control 28. He is 10 shy. The others are Democratic or divided with slim majorities/minorities. And just to clear up another fear, anybody who's seen other tweets from like the Midas accounts, from the guy who posts all those clips from Midas, saying that a lot of Trump officials want to federalize elections, which is a fascist thing to do, there are significant, like really serious structural roadblocks for Trump being able to do that, including some of his hand-picked Supreme Court. I will get to that in a second. Now, another fear that we have to take care of ahead of time is in terms of the military...
I will say, I typically don't find myself watching much Midas Touch. They have this very, like... Maybe I'm one to talk about it, but I feel like I'm very... like, real with you guys, if that makes sense, you know? I feel like if you watch me for, like, a month, you can see me consistently holding the same values and positions, but constantly like growing my knowledge base to improve at my rhetoric and my persuasive argumentation. But like when I look at something like Midas Touch, it feels like it's just a progressive content mill. You know what I mean? It just seems like it's nothing but a content mill. And that's a little, like, it just doesn't vibe well with me, if that makes sense. I don't hate them. I'm not, like, saying they're awful, but, yeah. It's just not my thing, you know? It's from lawyers to lawyers and people interested in the law. Maybe it's just law stuff, but it just, I don't know. It's not my cup of tea. Not really for me.
Carrying out extrajudicial enemy within type attacks, being used as police in the streets with law enforcement overall in the country. First off, military control is decentralized, okay? Like, it's built that way. So if Trump
Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with Midas Touch. It's just not my cup of tea. I understand if people in chat are like, I don't like Midas Touch. I don't typically watch their stuff for segments because it's more commentary focused, and that's not good for like news. But then again, I'm commentary focused, right? Like a commentary YouTuber wouldn't want to watch my coverage of a situation to talk about it, because it would mostly be me talking about it, not me just explaining the situation. And people watch Midas Touch or me for the commentary, not necessarily just the raw news.
Places the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs of Staffs and all the levers of the DoD with loyalists like Project 2025 wants him to do. The literal structure of the military and the UCMJ is built specifically to have levers to stop a president from using it on the citizenry. Now, after I wrote this paragraph that I'm reading right now, CNN released an article saying that
I've always been of the opinion that like U.S. soldiers would refuse to turn their guns on civilians, but then again, like cops shoot civilians in the U.S. all the time. But then again, the military has a lot more, like, the military's legitimately got more oversight and rules and regulations and like strict adherence expectations for their soldiers than it feels like a lot of police departments do for their cops. So I once again, I wonder, and I've always thought, like, I don't think most U.S. soldiers would ever even consider accepting the order to turn firearms on like American citizens.
Pentagon was already having conversations about what would happen now that Trump has been elected for a second term, which is, by the way, what the military would do in order to set up roadblocks for him doing this. And those roadblocks will probably rely on the multiple levers that are built in as nonpartisan and not subject to his Schedule F executive order. Because again, some of those military personnel are not civilian employees. Now, most career military personnel have protections against politically motivated dismissals, and that can go challenged pretty effectively even within the Project 2025 framework. And in case you go, hey, what about the National Guard? What if he federalizes it? What about that instance during the George Floyd protest? Listen, even within federalization of the National Guard is under the control of states. Now, the DC National Guard is a little bit different, and there are loopholes Trump used in 2020 to be able to authorize things like Lafayette Square. But those had enormous ramifications for the National Guard itself, both political and personal. And what I'm trying to get to is that, listen, there will absolutely 100% be a midterm election in 2026 that has swingy states in a world with heavy anti-incumbency bias that may love the economy.
This is such a good point. I don't think Trump could even illegally destroy our democracy by 2026. And by then, man, people are going to be upset with the current incumbent. Shit, like the anti-incumbent bias is crazy. So the Dems will probably perform really well in the midterms, and that could be enough to kind of weigh things a little bit and give some actual, delays to anything Trump tries to do, or maybe even some genuine guardrails. The thing about guardrails is though, like, Trump just breaks them, right? So it's actually got to be like a genuine sort of army of politicians constantly trying to fight to stop and slow Trump's attempts to erode our democracy. What if he blames the economy on good old Joe? I'm sure he'll try to, but like, good luck convincing the American people. I genuinely don't think it'll work. Good luck convincing the American people that policies from a previous administration could affect the economy in a current one, because they won't believe it. It's not just a thing that affects the Republicans to their benefit. If, like, Trump destroys the economy while he's president, he's taking the blame. No matter how much he tries to throw it back on the previous administration, he's going to take the blame. The vibes are going to turn sour while he's holding the hot potato.
And gas prices, but is really fucking scared about abortion and a non-defanged Democratic Party. Now, Trump can build issues within the FEC, the Federal Elections Commission, and other...
That's true. The Dems who still hold office are some of the most progressive Dems. From the Squad, Buttigieg, like, we're talking, like, a lot of the Dems still left holding, like, office are quite progressive. That actually lends some credence to the idea that the Dems need to actually move more left, significantly so, to like a more progressive, like populist left, since the people who were populist left had a much higher success rate at keeping their seats or gaining seats. It was like mostly just the corporate Dems and the more establishment Dems that got nuked this election on the local level.
There's significantly undemocratic norms to make voting harder or suppression easier, but there has been historically ways to subvert and overcome those effectively, but I will go over that in the context section. Trust me, I got you. But listen, overall, getting to effective single-party puppet government rule in the United States would be incredibly challenging due to decentralized elections and government. If Republicans controlled 38 legislatures and the majority of governorships and had no split houses in key swing states, and they controlled all of the lower courts, maybe, but they don't. And Biden actually accelerated the judges he was confirming and installing to about 215. If he appoints 32 more before the terms end, he matches Trump's judiciary record, save for the Supreme Court. Do you remember when Obama couldn't fulfill all?
That is true. Those judges have a lot of power too, believe it or not. Like there have been some pretty cool stories I've covered of judges like vetoing red states' governors' laws that they put forward. Judges have a crazy amount of power, dude, especially state Supreme Court judges. Holy crap.
All of those judgeships, and Trump just got to do all of that. Biden's almost matched it. The 2022 non-red wave, I'm not fucking with you, saved us. So there is a chance and blocks to a lot of that stuff. Okay? All right. Bad news first. Give me a second to explain all of this because it's going to be heavy, and then I will give you some good news, all right? And it's good news that's not just public pressure, okay? Like, I promise you, I got you some other stuff. Number one, immigration. Trump is very keen, promising that no price tag exists on his mass deportation plans to round up and deport 23 million illegal immigrants. There are not 23 million illegal immigrants. There are more like 11. Him and his cronies have floated the idea of deporting citizens and stripping them of their citizenship, even birthright citizenship, and vowed to mobilize ICE immediately. This also includes deportation camps, which is fascistic and horrific. Number two, abortion. Project 2025 has vowed a backdoor abortion ban, subverting Congress to ban abortion nationally using the Comstock Act. That's an old fucking law that would be used to prosecute and make illegal to distribute materials used to perform abortions or abortion medication across the country. Trump has promised to open libel laws, jail his political opponents, prosecute media critics, and revoke licenses for opposition networks. He has floated once again the idea of dismantling Section 230. If you don't know what Section 230 is,
this is a big part of why it's going to be important that we really push for like left-wing alt media, like ridiculously hard. We have to push for it, and that's because Trump is promising to revoke the media licenses of like CNN, MSNBC, every like mainstream left-leaning, quote unquote, mainstream media source could genuinely lose their media license and get taken off the air by Trump. If Trump, like, whether or not Trump has the ability to crack down on progressive voices online, he may, but it's probably going to be harder than taking things off the airwaves on TV. But yeah, we're legitimately entering a scary era. What's really worrying is if Republicans try to pass some law that, like, being pro-trans publicly is, like inciting a crime or something. Right? Like, that would be genuinely scary for anybody doing... Like, you would basically just not be allowed to do pro-trans content as a YouTuber in America. Like, you could just make a pro-trans video and get a knock at your door and be charged with a crime. That's a scary idea. Is, like, how much they can bend the... Because, like, there are certain exceptions for the First Amendment and what you're allowed to say, like, say, for inciting crime. If the Republicans decide to make being trans enough of a crime... they might be able to argue that advocating for trans rights is a crime, akin to calling for terrorism or something, right? That's a scary thought.
It is the provision that does not hold media companies responsible for content that they upload to the internet on YouTube and everything like that. Repealing Section 230, right, would dramatically change the entire nature of the internet and introduce a lot of other roadblocks for what content you could actually upload to platforms. Number 4, the Schedule F executive order.
That's scary.
The Schedule F thing, which makes nonpartisan bureaucrats and civil servants at-will employees, creates many of the possibilities that you are hearing about right now. This executive order would let Donald Trump install loyalists in all these key positions in the government in order to bypass any administrative checks or roadblocks within the executive that exists to ensure Trump has an entire cadre of people that will do what he wants. This would also significantly reduce regulatory oversight in many instances and possible selective enforcement on laws that do exist for the other party, as well as the deregulation of safety standards and environmental standards. Thanks, RFK. And of course, number 5, I think, tariffs, which...
Mind you, RFK, a guy who has a literal dead brain worm parasite that ate part of his brain that is in his head still, because you can't remove that kind of thing without open brain surgery. So there's a dead brain parasite that ate part of his brain sitting in some, like, little void inside of his head. He is now going to be in charge of our food, our medicine, our health standards, our vaccines. It's not good, guys. Have you seen the picture of RFK's brainworm? RFK's brain... Oh my god, I can't type right now. Brainworm. He posted a photo. I thought he posted a photo. RFK says he had a parasitic brainworm and undisclosed memory loss. Is there not, like, an x-ray? I thought he had posted an image. I guess he just talked about it. But here's, like, a scan of what it looks like. People have posted images of what it looks like when someone gets a brainworm, exactly the kind RFK has. And here's what it looks like. Basically, the worm starts eating a little pocket inside the brain, and then it lives through its life and dies, which the one in his head did. And so now he's just got this, like, void of gray matter in his head with a dead parasitic worm inside the pocket. And now the guy's in charge of our medicine and government. The worms! Like, yeah, we're so cooked, dude. That's bad. I would recommend you start growing a garden ASAP.
By all means, would increase the price of many different things towards the consumer and possibly tank the economy. All right, there's some more bad news. I promise I'm almost done. In terms of foreign policy, Gaza is completely fucked now, right? Netanyahu will colonize parts of Gaza. Nobody to stop him. Ukraine will be forced to capitulate somewhat to Russia by the order of both Elon and Trump, and we will either leave NATO or have a smaller standing in the world stage for the next 4 years. We're 100% leaving the Paris Climate Agreement again. And some of these are inevitable, right?
Coal's
there will be pressure on vote.
If it weren't for Trump getting elected by 2030, coal as an industry would be completely gone, which would eliminate 80% of our country's yearly carbon footprint. Donald Trump has promised to axe that on day one, so that's never even going to get to, like, go into effect. So, yeah. We lost the war against climate change. Yay!
Voting in the FEC, there will be attacks on immigration and abortion and female reproductive health and press freedoms. And in the Supreme Court, Trump will get 2 to 3 picks. So it is very bad. It's bad, okay? I just want to get that out there so you don't think that I'm huffing copium again, all right? I talked to somebody yesterday and they thought I was. I have researched this. I know how bad it is. I'm not minimizing it. I understand. It is devastating and dangerous, okay? Good news. Number 1, immigration. Donald Trump, once again, does not have the votes, even if he nuked the fucking filibuster, to actually strip birthright citizenship or even gained citizenship because it is a constitutional amendment. In order to do that, you need to...
On top of that, you got to remember, and this might be one of our few saving graces, there are some never MAGA Republicans that got office. So some of the red on the House and Senate is actually kind of purple, you know, like OG, like Romney-style Republican. So there are some silver lining there. There might be some resistance Republicans that hold out against Trump.
2/3 of each chamber and 3/4, like I said, you remember 38 state legislatures for ratification power in order to make that happen. They don't have anywhere near that shit. 47-53 Senate is not that, and the House is going to be mad divided. It's close, guys. And before you go, well, they'll just ignore them. That's not how any of this works, right? It's not up to...
And not that all that confident they have the spine for that, though. Same St. Roan, I will say one person who definitely does is Romney. Like, Romney will actually... Romney's been, like, calling out MAGA and going against MAGA as a Republican, representing, like, anti-MAGA Republicans for 8 years now. I don't think he's going to bend the knee. Like, he has had every opportunity to, like, bend the knee and try and, like, dick ride him, but he is definitely a voice within, like, the respected GOP space that will never... I don't think I see him ever bending the knee to Trump. I don't see that. He leaves office in January. It doesn't matter, though. He's a voice for the GOP. He's like Obama in that way, right?
To Congress or ICE to ignore that.
Like
all of the power in the United States is decentralized. That process takes a long, long fucking time. In between them trying to take on this massive operation that is going to be incredibly difficult and is already being questioned and walked back in the press, there will be dozens of bad news articles, economic consequences, and damage to Trump's allies and billionaire friends, who I'm just going to remind you are required for him to maintain power everywhere. That would significantly mitigate some of their implementation of this. Now, what about wrongful deportation? What if they just take people wrongfully and deport them? So listen, I looked this up, and it's not only in the Trump administration. We'll talk about other administrations later, but when that has happened, where there's been a trifecta, even other 6-3 Supreme Court loyalist majorities have ruled in favor of those deported. And looking at the records of Trump Supreme Court majorities, they would probably do the same. Let's say you don't believe any of that. Fine. There are multiple legal rights groups, including the ACLU, that are far more prepared and are signaling that in the press to issue legal challenges, and Trump does not have the vacancies in the judiciary.
It does look like, regardless of whether or not Trump tries to go and break every single guardrail he can, he's going to get caught up in a lot of, like, mud. You know? Even with a majority, he's going to get caught up in a lot of mud, and at the very least, his plans are going to be slowed substantially, maybe even enough to get to the midterms, in which case a lot of those options he might have had before could be completely closed by then. We might not be completely cooked, chat. It might be all right. Might be all right.
That he had when Obama left office and McConnell just let him pack that motherfucker. Don't wave that off. Again, that isn't nothing. Biden has caught up in terms of judicial appointments. He's 30 away. Issuing legal challenges like that on that system could cause severe gridlock on Trump's plans. And also, that no price tag is a lofty fucking goal, my guy. Do people, like, not remember the wall? Right? Do you know that there was a version of that campaign for the wall since 2000?
Who remembers? Well, for one, yeah, the wall was originally a Bush thing, but it was a border fence. And then the wall was a rebar, steel rebar and concrete, like, tent. Like, I think at one point it was 50 feet tall. Like, basically it got to be literally the wall from Game of Thrones, because Trump would keep on saying the wall just got 10 feet taller. And what it ended up being is a very easy to bypass, literally gets blown down by dust storms that happen in the desert. Rusty, ugly looking slat fence. It's pretty tall, at least, and it's at least made of metal, but and the slat design was actually kind of smart, because otherwise the wall would blow over because there's so much wind out there. But even with the slat design, it still blows over. Large parts of it do. And The slat design means that people can pass things through it. And so a lot of drugs still get through the country's border, even if it's through the most, like, just over the, like ridiculous, just, okay, here, and just tanning it through the bars type deal. Yeah. So yeah, basically the Trump wall completely failed. It was a massive L.
2005, right? Like, he stole that fucking idea. And I also think people underestimate when they talk about the adults no longer being in the room, just how many loyalists Trump had in his first administration. Okay? A lot of people bent the knee, and the wall still didn't fucking happen because it cost so much. The amount of money that will cost to other sectors of society that would feel it, including conservative sectors that are currently in power. The reason the people who are elected love Trump is because they benefit from him. Again, that doesn't include any of the legal challenges that I mentioned, which would slow it the fuck down and make it cost more money. And say what you will about Donald Trump, about him being a strongman, about him being fascistic, which he is. He is also incredibly operationally inefficient. Like, I'm not, like, super operationally inefficient. Even in his campaign, right? His ground game operation was as terrible as Harris's campaign was ineffective. And again, that does not mean his immigration policy will not be.
And that's true. Like, you got to remember, Trump did not win off his campaigning. It was a vibes-based vote. It was just the incumbent disadvantage this time around because the Dems got caught holding the hot potato.
Bad and horrific and incredibly inhumane. But there are tools and agencies and organizations not related to Trump's government, which he can install himself, that can substantially slow it down or fight it. Very quickly, before we move on, I do want to talk a little bit about data privacy. Over the past year, it's become increasingly apparent.
All right. I will cut the video off at the sponsor, and you guys can go check it out yourselves, because this is a great video so far. We're only 12 minutes in. It's 44 minutes long. This is a fantastic video. Very informative. You know what? Just so you guys know how much this channel is worth checking out, I'm dropping a subscriberino. Check this out. Look at this. I'm dropping a fucking subscriberino. I'm gonna ring the bell icon, and I already liked the video because I'm just cool like that. I already dropped the like because I'm just built different. You know, I'm just built so different. And I already hit the like button when I clicked on the video because I knew it was good. That's how based I am. And you know what? I'm gonna comment too. I'm going to comment down below. Great video. Just to help boost it. Just to help boost it in the algorithm. Just to show you guys what you should do for my channel. If you enjoyed this video, of course, liked the commentary, liked that we do have some hopes of things not completely falling apart with Dictator Trump day one, right? There is still some hope. We're not completely fucked by every part of our government being red right now. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. It's like casting a blue ballot to YouTube, telling them you want them to push my content in the algorithm and get it in front of new and old eyes alike. It really does help a lot, as does commenting down below. It actually boosts the effect of the like, so like and comment if you can. Subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications if you want to see more stuff from me, because if you don't, YouTube won't tell you. You can also follow my social medias linked down below in the description if you want to see my other stuff on other platforms, but you should especially join my fan Discord, as it's the main hub of my fan base and community, and it's totally free to join. And on top of that, it is the main, I announce all my new uploads and streams there, and I host once a week on Fridays a gaming event, a call-in stream, or a watch party. I do hope to see you there, of course. It's a great time, so don't miss out, you know, join on in there. Link in the description, of course. And finally, of course, if you want to support me directly, and you can afford it and you feel like it, you want to help me keep the lights on, the roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy some merch at the Streamlabs link down below. Excuse me. But regardless of how you support this channel, even if you're just a lurker, I really appreciate it. And as always, I hope you have a good one, and I hope to see you again. Hell yeah. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty nice. Man, I really gotta use the restroom. My bladder is full. One sec, chat. Just mark off that topic. Nice. Alrighty. So, that is all the topics I have for today, which means, after my bathroom break, it's going to be time for some fun on Subnautica. I actually kind of feel a little down today. Like, my stomach kind of feels not, like, bad, but, like, kind of off, you know? Like, I feel not quite at 100%, just a little bit, like, 5% nauseous, if that makes sense. So I might only go until, like, I don't know, it would probably be, like, 8 p.m. for me. It's 6 p.m. now. Might only go for, like, 2 hours. We'll see. But until then, we're gonna have some fun on Subnautica. It's gonna be a great time. It's anxiety? No, I think it's just that I drank an entire milk-based shake over the course of this stream, and my bladder is full, so it's probably making my stomach a little yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Stay tuned, guys. Get ready for some Subnautica. It's gonna be a damn good time. The worms! The worms! The worms! They're back! The worms are back! I'm back. I am the worms, and I am back. Gotta say, I feel a lot better just after using the restroom, I'm not gonna lie. I think my bladder was just super full. I did drink a massive ass shake. Anyway, as I was saying, Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. It means so much and helps a ton. Said, as soon as I see Ethan IRL, I'll take a picture next to him, Lamau. Sorry for any confusion. Could I at the height guy as soon as I'm comfortable with a face reveal, or does he not do request KEKW? You could probably add him and like challenge him to figure out your height. Tell him like you don't know, you think you're 6'7", and he'd be like, cap, and try to prove whether or not you're 6'7". And you'll find out how tall you truly are. You could probably send it to him, yeah. Thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity tonight. You guys have been popping off. $50 dues. Thank you. As always. As much as your donos are appreciated, of course, I very much appreciate if you guys can do the completely free, only takes half a second, dropping of a like. It really helps. Still going on about this motherfucker's height, who cares? They donated? I'm gonna ban you, Mac Vickery, because you're just kind of a bitter fuck. Like, even if you're not some Nazi troll, if you're like melting down in chat, if you're having a melty in chat over me like replying to a donation, you gotta go, bro. You're way too bitter of a human being to be in this community. Get some help, dog. Slashy, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Alan Smith 1943. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5 dues. Says, We will outlive them. Let's hope so, Slashy. Let's hope so. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. All right. You guys ready for some Subnautica? First, let me get the bitrate turned up to 51K, so the game quality looks good on the YouTube stream. Otherwise, it'll look super fuzzy whenever I turn the camera. It will anyway, but much less so. All right, we should be good. Nice. The stream is still... It's still memeing. I am opening up Steam now and getting the game ready. Let's see. Where's Subnautica? There it is. Boot this here puppy up. Let's boot me up some Subnautica and eat some shrimp. Let's go. All right. Let's make sure we're doing game capture. There we go. All right. Let's hop back into our world. We had some stuff to do last time. I think we need to go back to base, drop off all the shit we have on us because we loaded up on good stuff, and then we need to grab a tablet and we need to head to this here big ass gun building thing again. And we need to use that purple tablet, put it in here, and we need to go inside. Also, my health is super low. I don't remember why. But we're going to get back to the Seamoth, and we're going to get home, and everything's going to be okay. This game reminds me of Florida. Remind me before I wrap up tonight, I watched there are these mods that people can run. Or maybe it's like a program on their computer, like a filter over their screen or something. But there's like a thing you can do where an AI is like constantly taking in every frame of gameplay in a game that you're playing, and it makes it like regenerates the image, the same general structures for the most part, but it tries to re-render the image in a different style, even hyper-realistic. And it's like, someone did it with Subnautica, and it's genuinely like bizarre to see hyper-realistic Subnautica using a program that redraws every frame using AI. It's like, it's so bizarre. I've wondered about using something like that. I know AI is like unethical and all that, but man, just fucking around with that in a game, making it look like super realistic and seeing what things look like, just it's hard not to want to do that, you know? Especially when you see what it looks like. It's pretty crazy. I could show it to you now if you guys want to see. It is that interesting. That would be a neat Bazooka Horse, a Swiss Army Man inspired survival game where just everything, you can just develop weird abilities and skills. That would be neat. Can't believe Xanderhall let the crabs bite him that many times. It must have been the crabs. The crabs. The crabs. No, I think it was probably from getting hit by other random shit at the bottom of the ocean. And probably from taking a few falls too, to be honest. Oh crap, that big coral tube is here. Has it filled? Oh shit, it has. This thing is like... Aw, dude, we gotta come back to this. How far is it away from home? 420 in the opposite direction. Let's head back there and harvest everything, because that's like a lot of copper and quartz that we can grab. So it's 420, give or take, meters opposite from where I'm gonna park the sub facing. Well, now, why do you have so much lithium? I hoarded up on it so that later, if I need any more, I won't have to go out and grab some. It's hard to get. Would you do content workshops to help new creators make better videos? That's the kind of thing that I feel I'm nowhere near qualified to do, and it feels like, not a scam, but it feels like the kind of thing I would just ask for advice, you know? Or just ask me for advice on stream, and I'll give it. I don't really feel like I need to do a workshop, you know? Lead. Don't have any of that. Ruby, quartz, none of that. Alright, we don't have everything labeled yet, so this is going to be a little bit painstaking. Oh, here's where I keep the gold. Nice. Here's where I keep the silver. That's crash fish. Here's where I'm keeping my diamonds. Now we've got enough to make a laser cutter, I think. And this should be lithium. Yes, and now we're going to have a lot of lithium. You need a lot of it, too, to make certain things, I think, so... Now we should not have a shortage of it anytime soon. Alright, let's grab... I'm gonna head to the life pod really fast. It's just over there, so I'm gonna head over to it, swim over. Oh, we need to make the high capacity tank. There's a better tank that we can make. Bro, the Nick Fuentes fans still coming in. You gotta know, like... Man, I wonder if the left will ever get to the point where any of our communities, besides, I guess, Hasan's, are strong enough that, like, just having a stream with their name in the title as a right-winger gets you, like, people coming in and shit-talking. Because that happens anytime I talk about Nick Fuentes, his fans brigade. They name-search him, like, non-stop, dude. You owed Altera a lot of money? Yes, I do. I do, in fact, owe Altera a shitload of money now. How would you recommend an education-based channel to start? Oh, I really like the Harris Heller channel, but I think he changed his name to Senpai Gaming. I really like his stuff. His stuff is some really good tips from the realm of tech, like any tech associated with content creation that might be relevant to like just advice for streaming, you know? Like genuine tips for how to stream better. Oh, okay, good. I was about to say, I didn't see our guy for a second, but we do still have our enzyme peeper. We're safe, guys. We're okay. Alright, we need to make some better tanks. Let's make some better air tanks so we're not at high risk of drowning. So we should now be able to make the high-capacity O2 tank, which I don't believe I'm currently using. No, I am. Wait, I am? Is it a different one? I haven't made the rebreather yet, I don't think. Oh, maybe I don't have it yet. I could have sworn there was like a higher capacity one that I had access to. I could have sworn we scanned it. That's so weird. Okay, I guess we're... Alright. Let's head back towards that coral tube. Let's 180 around and go to the coral tube and grab everything in it. And anything else we find around the shallows, because we need copper, like tons of it, to make signs. You can't use a fabricator? Well, I mean, I didn't have any materials on me. Xander has a great channel and community. I appreciate that. Thank you. That is very nice of you. I think I do have a pretty nice community, honestly. Can it be frustrating at times? Yes. Yes, it can be. Very much like a parent and their children, I can definitely feel frustrated with you guys at times. But overall, I'd say y'all are pretty based. Like, I gotta admit, like, you know, you guys are pretty based. You do watch me, after all. Maybe I can be a little too hard on you guys. Whoa! The radiation's making me lose control of my vehicle. Yeah, totally. The radiation. That's what it was, guys. The radiation made me do that. Ultra high capacity isn't made using a fabricator? Oh, okay. So apparently I need something else to make a better tank. Okay. You filter out cringe people pretty effectively? True. Wait, is this a different coral tube? Yeah, I think it is. Because these guys respawned. Wait, what? So this is a different coral tube than the one we came across. It's the same, and the other one we came across earlier was a different one than this one, which we've already pillaged. I thought they were the same, and it had just respawned. That's crazy, dude. Here, this thing's gonna break soon if we don't repair it up a little bit, especially with the crash fish exploding on it. This sea moth does not need to be getting blown up anytime soon. Alright, any crash fish powder? Oh, I guess it's even when they respawn, I don't think they make more powder. I think that's all you get. Or cave sulfur. It used to go by a different name. I bought this game really early on, actually, despite never having beat it. Oh, calorie intake recommended. At least all the fish in here are trapped in a cave. Maybe caves are where I should go to get food. Because all the fish in here can't really do anything about me getting them. Yoink. Any bladderfish in here? Oh. Oh, see? Yeah, there's no cave sulfur. Oh, yeah, we juked that one. Alright, let's get some air. Wait, how did I never notice that little sandstone outcropping? Yoink. Titanium. Sure, I'll take it. I mean, I'm not complaining. Alright, please fit. Oh. Yeah, we mostly fit through. Oh wait, no, we didn't even take any damage. We completely fit through that. Wait, oh my god, certify me as a pro sub-technician, sub-driver, the submarine operator, I guess would be the term. Agreed, other big left-leaning channels make me cringe a lot, Lamau. Yeah. Man, I don't know what's gonna happen in the future. Like that... My big worry is that, well, yes, the left will see a resurgence, it's going to be the Hasan stuff that blows up, and we're just going to dig ourselves a way deeper hole. That's my big concern. Especially with how many lefties just willingly memory hole shit that's, like, objectively terrible about, content creators that are their faves, you know? I talked before, earlier in the stream, about the Vosh porn folder stuff that people have memory holed or just, like, chosen to believe the fake version. And it sucks to see, because, you know, I know that, like, what was in that folder, because I have multiple friends that are, well, were Vosh fans and were watching live when that happened and messaged me like, dude. And I woke up to those messages and it was like, what? You know, so I know for a fact that shit's not fake, but people accuse me of lying when I mention this, but I don't think this is something I really need to, fight too hard on defending my take, considering a lot of people are already familiar. You know what I'm gonna have for dinner again tonight? I had it for dinner after my last Subnautica stream. I have, oh, I grabbed an extra peeper. I have a... Actually, no, this isn't the way to be getting water. Hold on. Bladderfish, be free. I have a far more efficient way to get water now. I can just grab some coral samples, and then with salt I can make bleach, and then with bleach I can make water. Super good, super efficient water. Welcome aboard, Captain. I wish I could find that, like, coral tube that I found before, but I'm sure we'll relocate where that was eventually. Zan's drinking bleach. Yeah, it's the only good source of water in this game. It's how you get, like, the best kind. You don't drink bleach in Subnautica, you die of thirst. Here goes Zan drinking bleach again. Yeah, I know, calorie intake is recommended. Bleach has, like, a lot of calories, though, right? I'm about to be fine. Don't worry about it. Or, let me through. Fabricator. Cook my food. Need some Gary fish and some peepers. Cook them suckers up.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Alright, we need one more. One more will make us happy. Let's cook up that last boomerang. Yummy! Alright, now we just need some salt. Some salty salt. There we go. We'll grab 4. This should let us make some bleach. Aerogel. Holy crap. There we go. Bleach. Xander Hall, you can store some fish in your aquarium to eat later. Just don't confuse the enzyme peeper with consume peepers. Yeah, that's why I'm not risking it. I'm not even going to risk it, because that thing seems so valuable. Someone told me it was the cure. And so if that... There's like... I have not seen a single other fish, ever, playing this game that looked like that, so I'm holding on to it, because I've never seen... And even though I've never gotten far in the game, I've attempted to play all the way through it multiple times and got stuck around the point where the sunbeam gets blown up, because then I don't know what to do. I get pretty lost. But I'm just kind of aimless, and I get bored and I stop playing, and I make a new world like a year later. But I've never, in all that time, found a enzyme peeper. And so I'm holding on to this little fucker, because I'm not even risking losing him, because he is rare. The enzyme peeper is a treatment. Ugh, my neck. He should try breeding more enzyme peepers. How do I breed them? Do I get like another peeper and make them breed? I think I need something else to breed though. I need to get like some kind of other station that lets me do that. Anyway, let me make some water really fast. I think this makes 2 disinfected water per bleach. And we can make a bit. Sheesh. We're gonna need a place to put all our extra water. Let's go, dude. Yoink. Now we're feeling good. And I'll choose this as the place where we keep our water. And this... You know, we get a lot of different types of coral. I'm sure we've got an empty chest here that we can put some coral in. Yeah, oh no wait, we already have that. Okay. Let's make this a coral chest. Oh wait, we already had some. Oh wow, we had a lot, okay. Yeah, I forgot about this chest. So let's deposit these in here. The coral tube samples. We can use that to make bleach later. I'm sure we'll need it for other things. Silver. I know where to put this stuff. Gel sacks. Got some titanium, some gold. Why did I dump? I guess I was just in a hurry, so I dumped all this in there. But yeah, all these have a place to go. Also, we can make 2 signs. Let's start labeling some more stuff. Oh wait, no, we do it with this, I believe. Which is about to die battery-wise. Damn it. Aw, no, wait. We're gonna have to spend 2 of our copper, guys. Or at least, no, 1 of our copper. Which means we're gonna be able to make 1 less sign than we wanted to, because we need to get some acid. Wait, we already have shrooms. Wait, well, I don't need to leave. I already have acid mushrooms in storage. I almost forgot. They're like alien vents, like the big fuck-off orbital cannon. Is that where they hang out, at the vent things that I've seen? Because I haven't seen any hanging around them. The one that I found was just swimming around my base. And I'm nowhere near one of those vents as far as I'm aware. Okay, so with this, I should be able to make a battery to recharge my habitat builder. Wait, can I make... Power cell charger, battery charging station, worth. Okay, we're making this instead of the battery. So we need 2 copper or a copper wire, worthy investment. I cry no tears over losing this copper. And then we need a wiring kit, which is just 2 silver. I've got it on me already. Perfect. And so that lets me make the battery charger, and I'm gonna put that... I mean, I guess it can go right here and look pretty good, actually. Boom. There we go. And so now, I can... I think that removes the battery? Wait, is that... How do I... There we go. Unload that battery. Unload that battery. Oh. Oh, there we go. Unload that battery. And then I think we had a place where we're keeping a bunch of extra ones. It can charge up to 4, yes. I think we had another battery around here somewhere. Maybe not, though. I think that might be all the ones we have. Well, if we find any more, we'll put it on the charger. And now this means that we can, and I think it happens fairly quickly. Do y'all hear a weird noise in the game? What the fuck? Huh. Maybe the isolation on this here planet's making me see things. See things that ain't there. I'm starting to hear things. Yeah? Oh, I think it's just the sound this thing makes. Yeah, it just makes some funny, like, noise. How long do these things take to charge? Okay, it's slow, but I can, if I look close enough, I can see them charging, so it just takes a little while. I see. I'll take these 2 mostly charged batteries and leave the almost dead one. And we'll just, like, use the batteries as we need them for now. Alright, so... where am I keeping copper? Do I have a bunch of copper sitting around anywhere, or do I need to go on a Major League copper hunt? We may need to go on a big copper hunt. Yeah, it's looking like we're due for a copper hunt. So let's, we've got 2 copper left, so let's make a wire so I can make 1 sign. And then we're just gonna go on a hunt for as much copper as we can find so we can make signs to label all these things and not, like, have to wonder what's in them, you know? Let's label this one for now. We're labeling all of them eventually anyway, so why not get to this one next? Coral. Alright. Zan, you can make a lead suit and go visit the Aurora. The big boom opened it. Oh yeah, you can do that. I think I've done that before. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely be doing that, but for right now, I'm gonna try to build my, my wealth up in the game. Just for a bit. Just for a bit. There's some stuff I want to do first. Just get things set up for the future, you know? Crashfish powder. I think this is where lead goes. That's diamonds. No, it's not lead. Silicone. And waters. Man, we're gonna need to make more wall lockers, like around, probably around up to here too, to have enough room to fit most of what we're gonna need. The Reapers in my game were bugged and didn't spawn. Well, I can say for certainty that mine spawned, because I saw one. You know what? We'll make this for now. We'll add the gel sacks to here. I feel like that's actually a pretty good spot for it. And then since we don't know what to do with those, we'll put that there. And then we'll put the quartz here. And then there should be some salt here. There we go. Nice, okay. We're gonna grab ourselves a water, because we're gonna get thirsty in a bit. We'll drink it in a little while. That's charging. Okay. Let's go on a big-ass copper hunt, guys. We really need some. Like, desperately. Anyway, I do want to say, if you're enjoying this gaming stream, or the gaming vibes, the vibes of the stream, or just the stream as a whole in any way, consider dropping a like if you haven't already. It takes half a second. And I don't even know if you guys know, but it really does do an insane amount to support the channel when you guys hit that like button. Especially when you like and comment anything that you do it on. My videos, my streams, everything. It really does help a ton, so thank you. Oh, radiation zone. Okay, we need to find that tube. That tube's going to be one of the best sources of materials we can realistically find. How far are we from the base? 300. So off in this direction... about 400 away, 420 away, off in this direction, maybe? Well, this is the wrong kind of biome. Yeah, this feels too far. We need to go... So we'll do sort of a ring around at about 450. We'll just keep it about this distance. We'll let ourselves get a little further. And we should eventually find it, because this thing was like 420 meters away. Have you not heard of the Interstate Popular Vote Compact? Or have you heard? No, I have not heard. Or if I did, I must not have committed it to memory, because good lord. Whoa, that's deep. Whoa! Okay, so we found where the balls are. The balls of the ocean. The testicular region of the sea. Oh, you know what would have gotten us there? If we headed towards that one island. I think that would have gotten us there. But I do think we're kind of honing in on the area now. I'm feeling optimistic. And we are getting down to 50% power on this thing, though we can make a charging bay for it, so that shouldn't be too big of a problem. I mean, a lot of quartz and stuff, but... Man, I need to make a laser cutter so we can cut into these parts of the Aurora that have kind of fallen off. Oh, some of them might not even be parts of the Aurora. Some of them could also be parts of, Okay, there's my base. I could have sworn it was... Maybe it's off in this direction, then. Made it all the way back to my base. Have you visited the Mushroom Caves yet? I think I have, like, briefly. I think I grabbed some gel sacks from there or something. But I haven't been all up in there yet. Have you activated the teleporter? No. I think there's a teleporter in... Is it like the Stargate thing that you're talking about? I'm gonna do that in a little bit. I will be doing that, don't worry. There's a lot to do in this, this play session tonight, guys. A lot to do. Oh boy. Alright, so somewhere in this little shallows region should be where it is. There it is! We found it! Let's go, guys. We navigated our way to a treasure trove. Look at that, dude. This thing is chock full of good stuff. Let's grab as much as we can. We really need copper especially, so once I get a full inventory, or if I get a full inventory from this, I'm gonna start dropping, like, titanium primarily, to make more room for copper, so we can take back as much as we can. We need so much of it for other crafting recipes, and we need it for my dumb plan of labeling all these, like, ridiculous amount of chests, or storage things. Yeah, these also branch off to little caves full of stuff, too. It's, see what I mean? I told you it would be not worse. It would be worth looking for this thing. Chock full of materials. Let's go. So much quartz. There's another little cave right there full of stuff. We're gonna have to search that too. Alright, it's all the stuff this main coral tube has. Let's check in here. Ooh, it's dark. We got some sandstone as well. I got plenty of oxygen for this though. Don't worry, guys. Oh, crash fish. That could kill me. Oh, but it didn't. And I got some free cave sulfur. Heh. Nice try. Gonna have to get out in a sec. Oh, we're in a crevasse. I got blown up a little there, guys. I got blown up just a wee bit there. And we got another crevasse, too. I really do love this biome. Do you have a moon pool yet? Why not? Because I haven't scanned it yet. Guys, if you haven't been watching the Subnautica playthrough or streams, you can't judge me if you've just joined. And you're like, why don't you have this yet? I'm playing the game almost blind, dude. Like, I don't know what to do. This isn't necessarily like a replay. I've technically played it, but I haven't beaten it, so I'm not super optimized, not super efficient. I'm just working my way through. I don't feel like I'm taking too long to beat the game. I really enjoy the atmosphere and playing it and talking to chat while swimming around, so I'm not in like a super huge rush to beat it as optimized as possible, so like as long as you guys are liking the content, then I don't see a problem with me taking too long to make certain things, especially because I kind of just want to like experience the game. Where'd the copper go? There it is. Man, that titanium looks prettier than last time I played. It's got like a shiny texture to it. I don't feel like it looked like that last time I played it. Like, did they update the game's graphics, like, overnight or something? The game just seems like it might be prettier this time around. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting used to the game's art style. I'm coming to appreciate it more or something. I just want a long Xander Hall stream. Well, you will get a long Xander Hall stream tonight. I'm gonna be streaming for about 6 hours. So, buckle up, guys. And hey, if you feel like supporting the stream, feel free to, you know, maybe, toss a coin to your streamer, perhaps. Couldn't hurt, right? Yeah, it couldn't hurt to toss a coin to your streamer.
30 seconds.
Whoa, we need to get air. Swim, 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 swim. Like your life depends on it. It does. Apparently, Nick Fuentes attacked a woman who knocked on his door, pepper spray, and knocked her down. What side do you take? Was Nicky justified? Jesus Christ. Nick Fuentes assaulted a woman who came to his door? I guess I know what I'm covering tomorrow. I'm gonna be real. Obviously, it's fucked up to go to somebody's house But it's Nick Fuentes, and he's literally like saying, I am going to hurt you, and threatening to rape them and making a slogan about raping them. So, like, the fact that they found his... Wow, everything's gone? Is it like on the ground? So chat, Subnautica experts, this determines whether the run just died. Legitimately dead. Are the items on the ground, or are they gone forever? Yeah, it drops on the ground. Okay, let's go try to get them back. Otherwise, that would have... Okay, good. We can head back to the Seamoth, too, to find our stuff. Alright. Yeah, because if they just disappear forever, we just, like, mined the majority of that item, of those items that exist in the map, I think. And that would have just killed our entire run if the items just get deleted when you die. Like, this world would be completely pilfered. Like, you can't just delete that many items from this world. It's not that big of a map. Yeah, I keep getting skill diffed by Subnautica. What the fuck, bro? Source, I've died 24 times? Cool, yeah, just checking. Because, like, this world would have been fucked and we'd have to start over from a new save. Otherwise, because I don't think there's enough materials in this world to do what I want to do. Oh, they respawn if too much gets mined away. Okay, cool. Alright. That's good to know. At least if we end up losing, like, an entire inventory of good stuff, we know that, like, eventually the items respawn and we don't have to worry about being, like, fucked and not having enough, like, resources to progress. Because that is a real concern of mine with a game like this, you know? Okay, I believe I was in this cave. Might as well grab... Ooh, extra copper. Where did I die, though? That's the question. I think I was, like... I'd gone through here. I gotta keep track with my memory. Grab that. I think I would have swam through here. I'm gonna need oxygen in a sec. Okay.
30 seconds.
So yeah, I would have gotten hit with the same thing. So we go up and we get oxygen, and I think I headed down that way. I think this is where I headed, down into that little kelp biome. So I think there should be, like, somewhere around here, just a ton of items laying on the ground. Where I died. But I was in a cave, wasn't I? What cave did I fuck around in and find out with? Oh, man. Oh, no. I think I might have gone this way. I remember swimming past this. Okay. I swam past that. I definitely went this way. I'm still on track to find my stuff. Somewhere around here, there must have been an attractive cave entrance I would have taken. I think I continued along this way. I think. Oh no, guys. Ah. There's a large one, like a big cave. Zan, if you keep a beacon on you, we'll drop it when you die and be easier to find your stuff. Well, I appreciate that, Stella, but... Yeah, man, I might just call the stream an early one after that, just because I'm just kind of not feeling the game anymore for tonight. Dog, wow. I had everything. That was just such a bullshit death, too. I really don't like Crashfish. Yeah, dude. Wow. I was on track to find it, but I'm definitely not... Oh, is that it? Could that be the cave? That's pretty big. Ah, man. Let me grab some oxygen and hope this is it. I don't think it is, though. Ah, man. Ah, we're back home, too. Aight, guys. I closed out of the game and didn't save, so next time I play, we'll be back at where we started with this stream, so we'll have lost that death at least. We'll save scummed out of that death. Bruh, yeah, guys, that was just very demotivating, you know? Just took the wind out of my sails. Don't really feel like playing more Subnautica tonight after that, you know what I'm saying? I'd be just kind of forcing myself to play more, you know? After something that demoralizing, it's just like, no more progress. You know, like after that much progress, it's like you're just working your way through. I wanted a 6-hour stream. Me too. Me fucking too, dude. Me too. I was hoping to do it. I was literally like, I had just said I was going to do a 6-hour stream before that happened, man. Yeah, I got burned out on the game from that death. Happens a lot lately. I've kind of like stopped playing games as much in my free time too, because I'll like die 3 times in a game and just be like, okay, I'm bored, and just go do something else. So yeah, if you guys ever see me doing that on stream, that's why. I don't have a lot of patience for repeated deaths in games. I'll just stop playing and go and play it again later. Play Stardew Valley? Yeah, I love me some Stardew Valley. Well, there's death states, but it's just fun. Welcome to Getting Old, lol. Yeah, literally just no patience for just sitting down and dying over and over again or reclaiming progress in games. It's just like, I'll come back and play later. Not tonight. Stardew stream? No. I'm wrapping up stream now, guys. I really do appreciate you guys coming out. But before I end stream, like I promised before, I will show you guys that cool video I was talking about. Subnautica Real Life AI. Dude, you guys are not gonna believe this shit. I promise you, this is real. The mod, or whatever, program, it's called Reimagined by AI, or Runaway Gen 3 is what the mod's name is. Like an AI program. It exists on top of Subnautica, or is like a modification of the game, but it basically redraws or recreates every pixel and every frame of the game with AI. And you'll see what that looks like in a moment. It's not perfect, but can you imagine where this is going to be in a few years? Get ready to have your mind blown. This is 100% real. Dude. You can see like what everything is too. It's just, it looks different, but you can see every item, like all the nodes and stuff, the acid mushrooms. It's so bizarre. Can you imagine where this is gonna be in a couple years? The uses for AI fixing frame rates and resolutions will be great. I have used a program that does that like uses AI to make new frames when you're playing a game. So if you get stutters, you don't notice it. It's actually a really cool. It's called lossless scaling, and it uses AI to upscale games and add new frames to increase your frame rate, and you don't even notice. And it's like perfect performance. It's so cool. Here's a node, breaking a node and collecting things from it. Dude, this shit is insane. Would you guys want me to stream Subnautica like this? It would be bizarre. My computer would explode? It might. I don't know how intensive this is. It might not be that hard to run. Oh, Reaper Leviathan. It gets scale of creatures a little weird. The scale of things is a little off. God damn. Oh, this is real-time, Scaly Punk. This is all in real time. This is using a mod, like an AI program, that's like live redrawing every frame, or recreating every frame of the game. Yeah, this is all live. You can play the game like this. The game will just look really weird because it's constantly changing art styles due to it being AI generated and stuff. But in a few years, this is going to be like really well refined, I'm guessing. Dude, look at this is one of my favorite shots. This is gorgeous. This is the kind of shit it's gonna look like in a few years. Dude. Oh, I think this is the inside of the Aurora. Listen, AI is insane and evil, but you gotta admit, this is cool as fuck. This really is just cool as shit. Oh, the worms. The worms are back. The worms! Oh. A little guy. Oh, look at that thing. Oh. Dude, like, man, I wonder if I could stream the game like this, and if people would just like, if I streamed the game like this and didn't explain anything, like, I wonder what the chat would look like as people joined and saw the gameplay, how they'd react. Big ass skull. Lol, try it. It's so cool. Have you guys seen the Skyrim one? Another one that's really wild is the Skyrim Skyrim real life AI. This, oh my god, it goes crazy.
You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush. Same as...
No, not this video, not this one. This one's good, but not as good as the one that I have in mind. Where is it? The Skyrim... intro. Here we go. Here it is, Skyrim intro, but it's reimagined by AI.
Finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush.
It's
Same
so
as us.
janky, but
and
like,
that thief over there.
You can see the potential.
Damn you Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
We're all brothers and sisters in binds now, thief.
Shut up back there. What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true
janky.
High King.
Ulfric? The Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they've captured you... Oh gods, where are they taking us?
I don't...
Dude, Skyrim with, like, graphics there's not even gonna be graphics mods for Skyrim in the future. It's just gonna be AI. Look at this shit, dude. When they get into town, that's when it gets, like, the most uncanny, dude.
Sure, Mara.
Look at the horse. Look at the horse.
Akatosh, Divines, please help me.
The horse keeps growing a human head. It's great.
Look at him. General Tullius, the military governor.
Now, this video was the first of these videos that I saw ever. Like, this is the first of these videos I'd ever seen. That Subnautica one I saw for the first time today. You can see how much this tech has already improved compared to this, to the Subnautica one. It's been 3 months that this like tech has been a thing to use with games. It is advancing and getting better alarmingly fast. Like, that Subnautica video compared to this, that is some progress, dude.
It looks like the Thalmor are with them. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this.
Damn elves. Today is the worst this tech will ever be. Exactly, that's a good way of putting it. But yeah, there's something very dreamlike about this too. I know it's that they like, it's generated to look kind of old-fashioned and like old camera-y, but like, whenever I see a lot of AI imagery, it just, there's something dreamlike about it, you know? It's liminal and dreamlike in a really weird way, you know? I always find that interesting. That's at least something appreciable about it, is how well it manages to capture this, like, soullessness that we associate with, like, the empty void of dreaming, you know? Anyway, though, guys, with all that said, we'll do more Subnautica tomorrow, but man, I got the wind taken out of my sails by that. So, thankfully, because I didn't save before I closed the game, tomorrow, we'll have gotten our progress back, so there'll just be some stuff to do, and we'll probably do it faster than we did this time, and we should be all good. Have a good night, Glamorous Frog, and everybody else, thank you for your support and your loving messages and kind words and all that good stuff. I really do hope to see all of you here tomorrow, as usual. Got some good content coming out, so keep an eye out on the channel, and yeah. As always, thank you all so much for your support, regardless of how you give it to me, even if you're a lurker. And as always, have a good one. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Doo-doo fart.